Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Board of Registered Nursing Board meeting. Today is May 29th, 2025, and we will begin by taking roll call to establish quorum. My name is Dolores Trujillo. I was appointed by Governor Newsom to fulfill the direct care provider role, and I am the current president of the board. Vice President Neelu Patel.
Good morning, everyone. Vice President Neelu Patel here, appointed by Governor Newsom for the advanced practice role.
Thank you. Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Good morning, Jovita Dominguez. Appointed by Governor Newsom in the education role. Thank you.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Tricia Nguyen. I was appointed by Governor Newsom into one of the public member roles.
Board Member David Lawler.
Good morning, David Lawler, also appointed by Governor Newsom in a public member role.
Thank you, David. Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Vicki Granowitz, appointed into a public member role by President of the Senate. Thank you.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
Good morning. My name is Allison Cormack. I was appointed to the board by the Speaker of the Assembly in a public member role.
And as we announced yesterday, our board executive officer, Loretta Melby, will not be attending the May board meeting this week. She is expected to return to work on or around June 10th, 2025. Our board counsel, Reza Pezhihesh.
Good morning, BRN Legal Counsel, Reza Pezhihesh. And just for the record, I'll just note, I think the meeting started being recorded on the WebEx just a little bit after we commenced, and so we were in the process of taking roll. So for anyone watching on the WebEx, all the board members who were present yesterday are here today as well.
Thank you, Reza. And thank you, everyone. Our quorum has been established for today's meeting. We will move on the agenda to item 4.0.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Tricia Nguyen, Chair of the Enforcement Investigations and Intervention Committee. I'm going to reorder the agenda. We're going to take 4.5 first and 4.7 second. Both are presentations, so we're going to adapt and allow those to go first. The first is a discussion and possible action regarding the use of saliva testing in addition to other current methods of random drug and alcohol testing for probationers or intervention program participants. We're going to have a presentation today by two representatives by Vault Health. So I welcome you to go. We're having a little technical difficulty, so I don't really see you, but I welcome you to begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Sean O'Neill. I am the head of Vault Health. As stated, we are going to have a discussion regarding oral fluid testing. So with me, I have Dr. James Ferguson, who is our medical review officer, who will be walking us through the ins and outs of oral fluid testing. Dr. Ferguson, are you there?
See him?
I can't.
I can see him. Yeah. I am messaging him on our internal communication system to see where he's at.
On the bottom, it shows. It's hard to see that.
Yeah.
All right. He said he's there, but it's not connecting. All right.
Okay, it just allowed me to unmute. Can you guys hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, but you can't see me, and you're probably actually lucky that way. So I can certainly talk, over and above this, although I don't know why my camera is not working, and I apologize for that. It says video stopped, and it's just whatever I do, it stays stopped. Anyway, so I'm going to delve into this because I don't want to waste everybody's time.
And someone else next to him then.
Sorry?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, alrighty. Take oral fluid into maybe 3 categories. We're going to discuss what it is, how it's different from everything else, and then maybe make some recommendations, although the recommendations I'm going to sprinkle throughout the presentation. Oral fluid is oral fluid. It's not only saliva, although saliva is a part of oral fluid. Oral fluid is actually a mixture of saliva, nasopharyngeal secretions, possibly secretions from lower down the respiratory tract, and that mixture varies depending on the circumstances of each individual person at each individual time. If you're living in a place like I am today that has a whole lot of tree pollen, you might be suffering from some allergies, and that would change the composition of your oral fluid. And that's why we pretty much always call it oral fluid and not just saliva. Sometimes people have a dry mouth and we want to stimulate production of oral fluid. We do that with some lemon drops occasionally. That increases the percentage of saliva. So I think what you're seeing here is that the composition of oral fluid can vary, and therefore the drug test results sometimes can vary too, kind of like they can with urine, with the composition of the specimen creatinine level, specific gravity level, and hair with the amount of color that might have gone into hair and other things that might interfere with the testing. So I'm only bringing these things up to make the initial point that there is no such thing as a perfect drug testing specimen. So the best way that we can try to make a program as close to perfect as possible is by mixing up all of the specimens randomly. Each specimen has different characteristics, they're different body matrices, and they test differently. So it's really a great idea to mix them up randomly. In doing so, because of all these differences that we're talking about, it's important to know from the start that follow-up testing, sometimes that I recommend and sometimes just happens randomly, follow-up testing is always a good thing, but testing of different body matrices adds perspective to previous test results, but doesn't invalidate those previous test results. In other words, if we have an oral fluid test that is positive for, let's just say, marijuana, followed by a urine test that is negative for marijuana, that's perspective. But the negative urine does not invalidate the oral fluid positive. Okay. One of the reasons is because the way analytes, I'm going to call analytes not just drugs because we're looking for lots of different things. The way analytes get into these matrices is also different. In oral fluid, absorption from the oral cavity is a major way that analytes get into oral fluid. In urine, they've got to be metabolized, go through the body, and be excreted. That's obvious. So let's take marijuana again. In urine, we're testing for a metabolite. In oral fluid, what we are most commonly seeing is the parent compound, which is actually the psychoactive compound. So in that way, maybe oral fluid is a better way to test for marijuana. Oral fluid has a detection window that's really, really short. We say normally 24 to 36 hours. There's some data coming out now that for some different analytes, it may extend as far as 48 hours, not much farther than that. if you're looking, we're going to use marijuana as an example again because of the differences. If you're testing for marijuana and you have a particular participant who perhaps has a very long history of use and stopped using on the day they got admitted to the program, then you know urine testing is going to stay positive for a good long time. We follow it by falling rates. We do all sorts of analytic processes. The interesting thing, though, is that's not necessarily true with oral fluid because of what I just said. Oral fluid tests for parent compound, which is different, and the parent compound is absorbed from the oral cavity. So that particular participant's a really good idea to mix oral fluid and urine because urine, you can watch the composition of the metabolite going down. But in oral fluid, you're only looking back for a couple of days and you're seeing parent compounds. So it's a good way to find out if they're, for example, doing what they thought they could get away with because they know we're still seeing positive urines. So that's one of the cases where we do recommend mixing the specimens up. Also, I want you to understand that because the amount of oral fluid that gets collected is really, really tiny, goes into tubes, the amount of analyte that we're looking for is also really, really tiny in those tubes. There's way less of it there. So therefore, the levels that we see are also significantly less. That has to be taken into consideration when we evaluate the results and is affected, of course, by the very short detection window. It's important also to know that collection devices vary considerably. Each collection site, each collection device is different. It has a shelf life. It has different preservatives in it. We are looking for specific devices that have the ability to collect split specimens as well as primary specimens, which are the ones that we test most commonly. As of yet, we don't have any. So because we're doing forensic testing, because we always want to have a split specimen, we have to do either sequential or collections at the same time when we do oral fluid and actually fill up 2 different devices. So that is in process, that is in changing. Oral fluid has been approved for federal testing, but it's not being done yet because they're still looking for the best devices to do that testing with that can also have a split specimen in it. Because the devices are out, unlike urine testing, hair testing, most of blood phosphatidylethanol testing, laboratory certification and laboratory processes are collection device specific. So we work with multiple labs, as I think you all know. We have to be very careful, though, when we pick collection devices to know that we have at least 2 labs that have the certifications and the protocols to test those devices. If you send one device to a lab that has a protocol for that device but doesn't have a protocol for a second device, we may not be able to do any kind of split specimen reconfirmation testing or even any follow-up testing that might be necessary in the case of a disputed result. That's a little bit of a complication. We feel like we're working with it and have a pretty good handle on that, but just please understand that the lab processes are device specific. And because of the federal testing programs have approved oral fluid testing, haven't started it, device delays are some of the reasons. So there are new devices popping up all the time. We're trying to keep ahead of them. It's not all that easy sometimes. So the recommendations are mix it up, surprise your participants. All of the matrices have different characteristics. They complement each other. As I said earlier, they don't invalidate each other. We see and we know that there is a whole lot more experience in forensic testing. There's a whole lot more peer-reviewed research in data points for urine testing than for any of the other matrices, hair, nail, blood, and oral fluid. We still recommend mixing the matrices. We also recommend making urine the forensic backbone of the program. And when we mix matrices, again, you're going to get tired of hearing me say this, it's a question that I get most commonly, though, is that follow-up testing in a different matrix does not invalidate the previous result. And that's one of the reasons we want them mixed up. And again, like I said, sorry, you're going to get tired of hearing me say that, but I have to say it a lot. So we recommend mixing the matrices. One of the nice things about oral fluid, and Sean can talk about this when I'm done, is the ability to collect it virtually. We have collectors in-house that we have trained how to do that, and we have oversight. The collections are live and can be canceled if there's any issues in real time and dealt with. So we recommend that as a very viable alternative for people that just can't find collection sites. And I know that that's an ongoing problem for everybody, whether they live on top of a mountain or not. So virtual collections are certainly possible. And I'll just end maybe by saying things that we don't recommend testing for. We don't recommend doing oral fluid point of collection testing. Point of collection testing is only screening anyway. The results are sensitive, but they are not specific, and that type of results just not a good thing for forensic programs like ours to act upon. So we really don't recommend oral fluid, period, as a point of collection testing device. We don't recommend any point of collection testing for forensic programs. Last thing that we don't recommend for an oral fluid is alcohol testing. Alcohol testing is much better accomplished for reasons I'm not going to spend a long time boring you with, but just take my word for it for this presentation that alcohol biomarker testing is much better done in urine and in blood with phosphatidylethanol. So I'm going to turn it over to Sean now, and he can talk about some of the administrative issues.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ferguson. So as Dr. Ferguson indicated, one of the benefits of using oral fluid testing is the ability to do what we call a virtual monitored collection. And this is a benefit for those participants who aren't able to get into a collection site, whether it be based on location or time of day or whatever reason may come up. How that works is if a participant is approved to use virtual monitored collections, they order a series of kits. So we send out enough kits to do 5 tests, which would be 10 tubes. So we can make sure to do that split collection. If the participant is selected to test, they are provided a link that they can go onto our website and schedule an appointment with one of our virtual collectors. At that time of appointment, they will then jump on a meeting just like this. We use RingCentral as the technology. They are connected with a live person, and they are monitored from start to finish. Start being they open the packages up of the devices. If the device packages have been opened previously, they are informed to discard it, that they're not able to use it. The collector then walks them through how to do the collection, including doing an inspection of the oral cavity to make sure that they have nothing in their mouth. There's nothing that may make the specimen not be a neat, clean specimen. If they do, they are instructed to rinse their mouth out. And then we wait the 10-minute waiting period, which is the standard when it comes to oral fluid testing. Once collection is completed, they are instructed how to seal up the specimens, putting on the lab seal, filling out the lab chain of custody, putting it in the shipping container, and packaging it in the shipping envelope so that they can take it to a drop site. They are instructed that they need to take that kit within 24 hours for shipping. And then we also get the tracking numbers for that specific specimen so that we can monitor it to make sure that it is sent and that it does get to the lab. One of the other things with virtual collections, while we can do it with oral fluid, we also are able to do it with nail and blood spot as well. So we do have 3 different specimen matrices that we are able to accomplish through oral fluid, through virtual monitored collections. From a cost perspective, the cost is very similar to the participant going into a clinic for their collection. The one added cost is the kit purchase that they do. And the kits, again, are for 5 tests. It includes the shipping materials as well. And it is $35 for those 5 tests. So keep it as low as possible in that situation. And that's how we do our virtual monitored collections. Are there any questions for Dr. Ferguson or myself regarding oral fluid testing or the virtual collections?
Thank you very much. I think maybe before we go to board member questions, should we ask Shannon if she has anything, that you might want to comment on that wasn't, so we have a fuller picture and then we'll take board member questions.
I think they pretty much covered it. They could probably answer your questions. I think they covered it pretty well.
Great. Thanks very much, President Trujillo.
Thank you for your time and presentation. I would like to know what steps will be needed to take as a board to facilitate a contract for our probationers or those who are in the intervention program.
So from a contracting perspective with Vault, what we would do is we would issue an addendum to be signed that would add oral fluid testing to your contracted services. Once that addendum has been signed, we would then work with the board to understand how we want to fit it into the random scheduling. If we want it as part of the random frequency that the participants test under, or if it is going to be on a on-demand type situation when a participant can't reach a collection site and they want to do a virtual collection. So that would be how we would do it. The addendum to the existing contract really is just a kind of one sheet explaining that we're adding oral fluid as a service to the contract, but it follows the same terms and conditions that exist in the contract today.
And what is the average time from receipt, when you receive the sample to test result?
Yeah, it is similar to urine collection. Dr. Ferguson, I don't know if you want to say more specifically on that, what we see from a turnaround time?
Turnaround, yeah, they are extraordinarily
Quick?
compatible. Yeah, they're well, not quick. The negatives are always a lot faster than anything that's non-negative. We do 2-part testing, as I hinted at a little bit in the presentation. There's a screening and then there's confirmation. Screening, which is the type of testing that's done on point of collection devices. Screening is fast. It's very, very sensitive, but it isn't specific. And because it's highly sensitive, it picks up things that maybe we're not looking for. So we don't even look at screening positives as actual positives. We call them presumptive positives. When that happens, they go back in a laboratory. They go back into what we call confirmation testing. That takes longer. Used to be labs did it on different days, delayed the turnaround time. Most labs that we use now do them concurrently, but just because it's at least 1 second procedure, it's gonna take longer. So the negatives, the screening negatives will all come out at about the same time. The non-negatives, not so much.
So do you have an estimate time that our members could expect?
Generally, for a negative test, if you look at it from collection
Okay.
date, and if there's no delay in shipping. Generally, we're seeing those turn around for negative in about 2 days.
Okay.
But
So
remember
someone,
shipping issues here.
Correct.
Shipping issues have to be taken into account.
sure. So someone who may be going out of town and not know where there's a site that they could test if they need to test, would it be recommended that they send away for this kit to have it handy?
Yes, we would recommend that. So one of the things that we do is we do assist with, participants who are traveling, identifying a collection site if they're selected. We do provide that information. We would recommend, based on where they may be traveling, to have a kit available that they can do a virtual collection if there isn't a collection site available where they're traveling to.
All right, thank you.
Board Member Patel?
Thank you, Dr. Ferguson and Mr. O'Neill, for the informative presentation. A couple questions. I was wondering whether or not, or which company is utilized for this oral testing, and whether or not there's any conflict that may be had between this company.
Mean which laboratories are involved, or which company is making the devices?
Both, and if there's any conflict.
We are currently using an immunolysis device, and immunolysis devices come out from a company owned by Abbott. We don't use Abbott Labs for testing. We use CRL and DrugScan, which are independent laboratories.
Yes.
Thank you for that. And also, is there any degradation with shipping that you've encountered with this testing? If there's delay in shipping?
That's one of the benefits of oral fluid over urine specifically. Urine validity changes with aging, with heat in transit, pH goes up. Oral fluid, the tubes have a preservative in it. The tubes have a shelf life. As long as the specimen's collected within that shelf life, there's no change in the validity of the oral fluid during transit.
Thank you for that.
Any questions? Yeah, go ahead, Board Member Cormack.
Thank you for coming back. I got to hear the longer version of this in committee. And I think one thing that would probably be beneficial for everyone to hear was I'm not going to have the words exactly right, but the length of time that a urine, hair, nail, blood sample can detect something, because that was sort of informative to the committee, understanding that they're not. Anyway, so if you could just touch on that, because that sort of was an aha moment for many of us. I want to make sure everybody, the nurses probably already know it, but.
Well, all of these figures are approximate, and I hope the nurses know it, but I can tell you a whole lot of doctors don't know it. So it does vary. Oral fluid approximate detection time is up to 36 hours, with some current data extending possibly to 48 hours for some substances. Urine detection period varies with the concentration of the specimen and is on average about 3 to 5 days. For some specimens, especially barbiturates, that can extend as long as 2 weeks. Hair really varies with what part of the body you collect it from. Okay, all hair specimens are segmented into 3 centimeter lengths, but that 3 centimeters represents different amounts of hair growth. So scalp hair is approximately 90 days. As you can imagine, when you get the really longer detection windows, the numbers become a lot more approximate. Varies with hair color, hair treatments, all sorts of things, but we say approximately 90 days with a 3 centimeter specimen. But if you take leg hair, for example, if you could even get a 3 centimeter specimen from leg hair, it can extend as long as a year. So it varies considerably with where the hair is collected. We only test for one substance in blood, and that's phosphatidylethanol. Again, the average detection period is 2 to 4 weeks, but we've done some studies with people going into treatments, and as y'all might realize, for the week before people know that they're going into treatment, sometimes they party a lot. And so if you take a PEth specimen at the start of treatment, you expect it to be very, very high. And if you take it at the end of treatment, you hope it's going down. But if you get it high enough after that period of whatever you want to call it, binging, partying, whatever, if you get it high enough, then the detection period will extend well beyond the 4 weeks. And I've seen positive PEths that I am pretty sure from research that we've done with case managers and treatment specialists involved with the participants that abstinence is really being maintained. But I've seen PEth specimens last to some degree of positivity as long as 6 to 8 weeks.
Thank you so much. I thought this was really relevant to our understanding of, if someone is not being tested, more than twice a month and knows that they're doing oral, they've got a narrower window. So that was information that really changed how I was thinking about, these are not interchangeable. So I thank you very much for walking us through that. I always learned something. Appreciate that.
We look at them as complementary, but not interchangeable.
Great, thank you very much. Any other board? I have a couple of questions. Are we ready to start this now? If we made a motion today, could we integrate this oral saliva testing as one of a mixed set of tools? Could we begin that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And maybe Shannon, this is to you, but I'd also be interested in Vault. What role would staff have in this determination? In other words, someone wants to travel out of town, they're not going to be able to test, but their number comes up. Does staff have to approve that, or is that a relationship that they have with our vendor and Vault?
I think it would depend on the internal process we put into place. It could be a manager, it could be one of our analysts that do that. And of course, it would depend on the situation with that particular participant or with the probationer.
Thank you. And then you did say at the beginning of your presentation, Dr. Ferguson, that 2 labs have certifications and protocols to do this testing today. Is that enough?
Well, I said we mainly use 2 labs. There are many more labs that are able to test the types of tubes. And because of the issue with the federal testing and the fact that HHS has approved oral fluid testing for years, DOT has followed that, and they're waiting on labs to get certified by the National Laboratory Certification Program before they can start it. Because of that, more labs are coming online. So the number of labs, I don't think it should be an issue right now.
Okay. And then is this available both statewide and countrywide?
Yes.
Yes.
And how about internationally? We've had a couple of public comments over the last several months that would like to travel internationally. Would this be, I know there are longer time periods, but would this be something that we could consider, or is that just too kind of far out?
International shipping is an issue.
Yeah. I think we'd have to take a look at it as a case-by-case basis to understand what country the participant would be traveling to, how long they would be there, to determine if it's a viable solution, for that situation.
Okay.
And we have had a little bit of a discussion earlier that utilization of some of the longer detection window specimens on the person's return is sometimes, even if we worked out oral fluid testing during the trip, we still recommend once they get back in here, do blood, do hair.
Okay. And that would be coordinated with their probation monitor or their intervention caseworker?
Yes.
Yes, okay. If there are no more questions, I'm ready to make a motion. So I move that we allow, allow the use. Are you messing with me? Could you forward it one more time? Okay. To allow the use of oral fluid testing as an acceptable method of random drug test that can be used by the board or probation and/or the intervention program at the discretion of the probation monitor or intervention program manager.
I second David
Okay,
Lawler.
we have a motion and a second. So let's go out to public comment on this item. Board moderator, would you please open us up for public comment?
Okay, I hope this works. We will be opening the public comment now, for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment, and this may have changed. Sorry, we had a mid-meeting upgrade, so we're trying to find these things. Let's see. Okay, it says I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." And just because I want to know if this is actually working, can somebody just type in, "I have a comment," and you don't actually have to make a comment, but I just want to know if it's working.
I can't find this.
Thank you, Macaulay. I see your request. Perfect. So it is working. Okay, I'm sorry. So thank you for that test. Committee chair, oh, I lost my thought here. I'm sorry, committee chair, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
Any questions from the audience here? It does not appear that we have any public comments. Thank you, board moderator. Would you please close this window?
Thank you, and thank you for your patience.
We have a motion and a second. Committee Chair Nguyen votes aye. President Trujillo?
Trujillo votes yes.
Vice President Patel?
Patel, yes.
Board Member Dominguez?
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Lawler?
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Granowitz?
Granowitz, yes.
And Board Member Cormack?
Cormack, yes.
Okay, so that motion passes. Okay, we're going to move again. We've reordered the agenda. We're going to move to item 4.7, which is information only, presentation by Birchwood Solution on services available in connection with nursing support group management. This is going to be presented by Elizabeth Temple from Birchwood Solutions. Welcome. Board moderator, could we elevate Elizabeth Temple, please?
There we go. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can now. Thank you and welcome.
Perfect. Hi. Yes, I'm starting my video, so we'll see what happens. There we go.
Yes,
Hi.
we see you. Great. Hi.
Perfect. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here today. It's very much an honor, so thank you for this. I did send over a presentation, a PowerPoint. I don't know if the moderator will be able to share it or if I need to share it.
Just give us a moment as we
Yeah,
try to get
Yvonne's
that.
looking for that. Let's see.
Oh, perfect. So while they're working on that, I had the honor of presenting with the National Council of State Boards of Nursing disciplinary conference just a couple of weeks ago in Santa Rosa, seeing that part of California. And so I was able to put a little bit of that presentation into my presentation today to share a little bit about the support group structure and what we've discovered over the last, decade of plus doing these support groups. So again, y'all flag me down if you need help. It does look like I have the ability to share, so I can certainly try if there's a challenge on your end. So we started running support groups.
Excuse me for just one moment. Board moderator, can we just allow her to share her screen?
I think we have it. We're just,
There it
it's
is.
just some
Thank you
technical
very much.
difficulties.
Okay, go
Just-
ahead.
Okay, perfect. Do you have the ability? I guess I don't have the ability to flip. So if you want to go ahead and go to the next slide, that would be great. Perfect. So we started, Birchwood started working with alternative to discipline programs and or licensing boards back in 2011. And one of the areas that we addressed was getting accessible support to the practitioners in the program. And we initially thought of, can we do this process online? So we piloted the program with the Tennessee Professional Assistance Program in 2011 and quickly determined all of the challenges that programs were having related to nurse support groups, and was asked if we could build a full management of the program. If you go ahead and flip to the next slide, I'm not going to read these out to you guys. I think have that in front of you as well. If you could go to company overview, maybe slide 4. Okay, and one more. I'm sorry. Perfect. So we developed a program that really rallies around the alternative programs themselves. So our purpose is to not only address the needs of the program, but also address the needs and support the boards and the participants. So there's multiple individuals that we interact with, as well as support. You can go ahead and flip to the next slide. Okay, so a little bit about support group management services. The concept is to come in and manage the full support group process. What that looks like is tailoring and providing professionally facilitated group structures, where it's a confidential space to share the experiences, receive guidance, and build supportive communities. All of these groups are led by trained facilitators. Now, some programs have an existing support group structure in place, and when we talk to their boards or their alternative programs, they've also experienced the many challenges that we've identified and addressed. So in doing that, we will work with the programs to first identify what are the challenges that you're having and how can we address those. A big piece of that is facilitator compliance or facilitator support. So the leaders of these support groups typically do not have oversight or accountability. So when we come in, we will make sure that they meet the qualifications and standards that us as well as the program have collaboratively determined that we would want. And then we provide the training and support to the facilitator in a consistent and regular basis. And I'll get to more details down the road. In addition to the facilitator accountability, we have the participant compliance. So we're able, because we are kind of the boots on the ground, we interact with the participants daily, weekly, or at least weekly, and sometimes daily, depending on how we're communicating with them. So having that accountability to on our end to really identify how the participant is effectively working their program or their requirements. We can determine and report those instances back to the program or the boards. And again, we'll dive a little bit more into that. Another piece to the puzzle is the data and the auditing. So as we get information from the support group facilitators, whether it's their group reports, whether they're reporting a noncompliance issue, a multitude of pieces to the component, we audit all of those records to ensure that they are complete and accurate. And then we have the ability to report them back to the alternative program or the licensing board. So depending on how it's structured. So if you'll go ahead and flip to the next slide for me. So I'm going to put a little bit of pin in our structure and talk about the evolution. Go ahead and flip. This was a piece that was in the presentation with the National Council. This gives you just a brief understanding, and you may already know this information. There are all different programs across the country, and they're all structured a little bit differently. Some have absolutely no support groups. Some have a peer support group that is run by the peers in the program. Some have facilitated support groups, which have various different professionals in the community running the support group, whether it's a licensed mental health provider or another nurse. And then there's the outsourced support group management. And that's where we stepped in 2011, and our first client was the Tennessee Professional Assistance Program. And that structure allows for the program to turn the management of the support group structure to us as an outsourced organization. So go ahead and flip the slide, please. So some of the challenges that there's three different ways we're going to look at challenges: the program or board, the participant, and the facilitator. So the program has a multitude of challenges, whether they have a lack of reporting, they're not receiving quality reports or timely reports, the quality of the data they're receiving, perhaps the facilitator qualifications or the professionalism or lack thereof is not there. Facilitator training and accountability, again, having an organization to oversee that is typically lacking from the program perspective. And then, of course, just management of the support group process is quite time consuming for any one or even two people to do at the program level. So the participant challenges, as you can imagine, scheduling changes, right? As their schedule changes, they can't necessarily attend a support group every single week at the same time. They have the cost of gas or time off or childcare. They have limited group options. So perhaps if they're what we call a local group, if they're in a local group where they physically go into a meeting space, perhaps there's only one and it's a 45-minute drive, right? So geographical challenges as well. Quality of group meetings, perhaps the facilitator or the participants in that particular meeting don't feel welcome or feel safe to be able to share. And then, of course, group safety. Sometimes personalities come into effect and they just don't feel safe. The facilitator challenges in local meetings, they're responsible for finding meeting spaces. During COVID, this was a very difficult task because a lot of the hospitals and facilities did not want outside people in their facilities. Little to no support for the facilitator themselves. Let's say they come across a participant that's having specific challenges in their progress of recovery, and they don't know how to address it or redirect a participant who's dominating the group, all these different examples. So they are like their own little island and they don't really have somebody to go to find support or supervision. They're responsible for collecting fees from the participant, typically, if there is a fee involved. And there's little to no coverage options. So if the facilitator gets sick or they want to go on vacation, they end up canceling groups. So now the participant is left without that support or left finding a group that may be an hour and a half away or just no group at all. If you go ahead and flip, thank you. So a basic timeline, I'm not going to dive too much into this, but I do want to point out in 2019, so prior to 2019, all of when we started with Tennessee, the directors wanted to allow the participants to choose if they wanted to go in an online group or a local group. So when we first implemented, we were about 50-50, pretty much off the bat. About 50% of the people said, I want to try online, and 50%, excuse me, it's a little less than 50. It says here in 2012, when we implemented, there were 24 online groups and 25 local groups. So just under 50-50. And so in 2013, so just a year later, that had flipped. They were now 25 online groups and 20 local groups. So the participants very quickly learned that it was a convenient thing for them to be able to do online groups. Once we had brought on a couple of other programs as well. In 2019, TIMPAP only had 3 local groups remaining. So TIMPAP chose to go ahead and shut down local groups because then it became a challenge, a numbers game. Who was going to enroll in what area? And it became virtually impossible to keep these groups up and thriving. So we, at that point, moved the Tennessee groups all online. It was quite timely because, of course, we all know in spring of 2020, everything shut down and we were able to flip. Tennessee was already all online, but we were able to flip the other programs that we had completely online. We remained online just because of the facilities continuing to not allow outside non-essential individuals on the premises through 2021. Well, early 22. So we started at this point surveying the participants and the facilitators. Would you want to return to group? It was overwhelmingly they wanted to remain online. So all of our groups are currently online and remain online. So then the question began, okay, sure, we understand this is convenient. If you'll go ahead and flip that slide for me. Perfect. We all know that online can be very convenient, but there was still this uncertainty of what are we losing in an online format, specifically with these sport groups, or what are we trading? And these are all in the black. All these are examples of things people were saying. You're going to lose personalization. The groups will not feel connected. There's no way that you're going to have the value. They're not going to feel safe sharing. You know, you're going to not be able to show empathy, right? So if you can go ahead and flip for me. So then we had to ask ourselves, well, what is the goal? And I put this up here. This was in my presentation to the National Council because I really love the imagery here. We have two sets of individuals. Both have the same starting point and both have the same end point. But how they reach the end point, or if they're even able to start, is depending on accessibility and how we meet the individual where they're at in order to meet their need, anticipate their need, and help them achieve their goals. So that's kind of one of the things we're doing in reducing the barriers. Go ahead and flip to the next page. I just like that imagery. I think it's a fun one. So I'm going to show you some surveys that we did, and we're going to look at 3 particular sections. One of them is the participants rated in-person and online groups, as well as certain requirements, and then their satisfaction survey. So go ahead and flip it for me. Kind of flip through these real quick. All right, so this one right here is a side-by-side comparison of the participants rating an in-person group versus an online group. And these are active participants that were surveyed. We had an over 43% participation in this survey. So it was a quite significant response. So if you look at the weighted average, you can tell that the online groups, when you're looking at the first group of questions, is the convenience of attending. So overwhelmingly, they felt it was superior, exceeded, or met the expectations compared to an in-person group where it did not meet the expectations or was below expectations. The second one was ease of attending a makeup group online. So again, overwhelmingly, if you look at the weighted average, they preferred the online. Okay, so both of those are convenience. Let's look at the comfort. The third one is comfort in participating in online. So again, we see quite a distinct response if the comfort level of them attending an online versus in person. The fourth one is the value of online groups in supporting your program completion. And this one to me was very important because that's our goal, right? Is for them to successfully complete the program and be able to maintain long-term recovery maintenance. So again, it showed an overwhelming response that the online group value. And there's several reasons why, in my opinion, based on the feedback of the participants, is because they feel like there's a little bit more control and they are buying into it, right? They can show up and they can participate in an online session and they know this is their group. All the other stressors can kind of getting there, of the time off, of the scheduling challenges, those just get sidelined a little bit more. So now they can really focus on the purpose of why they're there. I do want to point out real quick that these are all active participants in our support groups. So I think that, our trainings that we give to the facilitators and all that, some of the online group or in-person groups were before we came on board as well. So there could be some of those ratings. The fifth one is how connected to your group do you feel in online versus in person? So again, overwhelmingly, they feel more connected. And then my facilitator understood me and my needs in an online group. And that was the biggest, one of the biggest jumps, is they felt more connected to their facilitator. We'll go ahead and flip the slide, please. So 8.5 out of 10. Now this survey was completed about a year ago, a year and some months. So I would venture to say it might even be higher, but 8.5 out of 10 would not want to return to local groups if the opportunity existed for their particular program. And these are some of the comments that I took verbatim from the survey and why they said virtual is convenient and just as effective. Online is infinitely better, more convenient. And you're able to be more relaxed because you're in your own home. Online meetings are really convenient and attending doesn't add any stress to my already busy schedule. So again, I'll give you all some time. I think you have those slides in there, but I think this kind of speaks for itself. So if you want to go ahead and flip to the next slide, please. These are the surveys. This just kind of shows you breaks down the areas. So this one, we're looking at safety. The first one in the top left corner is my facilitator demonstrates empathy to calm members who are struggling personally and professionally. So overwhelmingly strongly agree. I'm comfortable expressing my feelings and know the group members respect my confidentiality. Bottom left is I feel support and encouragement from members in my group. And bottom right is my support group is enjoyable, rewarding, and is an integral part of my recovery plan. If we'll go ahead and advance to the next slide, please. The next is professionalism, looking at the facilitators. My facilitator tells less and listens more. My facilitator encourages members to connect. And in my support group, negative feelings are addressed, but the facilitator redirects so they do not become the main focus. So again, overwhelmingly agree or strongly agree. You'll go ahead and flip, please. And then the last set of surveys is the perceived effectiveness. So in the group, I am learning to cope and handle difficult situations positively and better understand myself. And the one on the right is in the group, members have an opportunity to share equally. And that one is important because, sometimes in these groups, you may get one or two people dominating the conversation every week, right? So really allowing and engaging the culture and the little ecosystem within the group is important. You'll go ahead and flip. And this is the participant attendance compliance. So this is back in 2012 when we first started. And I wanted to show you all this graph just briefly. There's a couple things we did as an organization to really work on participant compliance. These are how many people attended. Now, this also includes data from participants who missed a session and had to make up. So in 2013, the scale was tipped more online groups. So back in the 2014, we saw a little bit bump of increased compliance when more participants were online, which we found interesting. 2016 signaled a move to our improved platform. So quality was better. And then 2018, we had another bump up. That was a new makeup group process and tracking was implemented. So when participants have to make a group up, there's a very strategic protocol in place for those makeup groups in order for them to seek approval for making up a group, but also how to access it. So we track those very closely. 2020 showed an interesting parallel to moving online completely and totally for all of our programs. Again, had an increase in attendance compliance. And it continued to increase throughout the entire year, even after the shutdowns were lifted. Because some people are like, well, maybe that was just because they were at home. No, these majority of nurses had a busier schedule. So it showed an increased compliance there as well. A lot of that, the participants, the feedback we received is the group got them through COVID year because that was the one constant they could go and really debrief and decompress through the struggles and the challenges that they had. You can go ahead and flip for me. All right, so what does implementation look like for having Birchwood come in and manage your support group process? Go ahead and change it for me. One of the things that is critical for us is to communicate and collaborate with the programs and or the licensing boards. During onboarding, we work very closely with the program administrators and all stakeholders to just really get a very comprehensive and deep understanding of what the program's objectives, cultures, and the participants. So we'll come in and do a full day session, 2 if we have to really dive deep into what the challenges are for your program in order for us to come back and start tailoring the services and the processes to align to your specific goals. We're not a one-size-fits-all program. We truly come in and tailor to meet the needs of your program. Of the various programs that we contract with, they're all different. They have some similarities and maybe some overlap. Having done this since 2011, we have a really good idea of what works. But we also are open to provide feedback. And then if you have a specific need, we can pivot towards that. You'll go ahead and change for me. So the implementation process, the very first thing we do is come to an agreement with the program so that there is an outlining of the responsibilities of Birchwood. It's important to us that you know exactly what to expect from us, and having that very clear communication. We'll provide the program with a draft implementation outline with all the important dates and steps of what will take place through the implementation. And then once the program is approved, we get to work, right? So we come back and we immediately start tailoring all the policies and procedures, writing them if they don't exist for your program, and making sure that the participant handbook is tailored, as well as the facilitator handbook, so we're all on board. I believe your program already has some facilitators in process, so we either provide current facilitators or we come in and we start working with your existing group of facilitators through an application process. And then we'll vet them. They'll apply, we'll vet, and then hire the ones on as contractors that want to continue. And then we start onboarding the facilitators immediately so that by the time the participants are ready to go live, the facilitators are up to speed with all the policies and procedures and expectations. So the training starts pretty immediately with the facilitators, and it continues monthly through the first 2 years of the program implementation. With participants, they get a virtual Q&A session on the front end to be able to come and meet us. So we'll do a little meet and greet and do a virtual Q&A session, let them ask us questions, we'll answer them, because we really want to reduce any anxiety that they may have about this process. We'll provide the program with a draft of any communication that you all that they may want to present to the participants. One of the reasons why we do that is our goal is to reduce the workload for the program. You know, we're here to come in and step in and be an extension of the program. So we will provide you the program with information that they can then turn around and communicate. The reporting will be during implementation. There'll be incremental written reports regarding the implementation progress, just how we're doing, what phase we're in, any challenges we've come up and how we've addressed them, and what the next steps are. And then we'll work with the program case management software provider to begin collaborating on streamlined reporting if that is available by that provider. And then the final implementation piece is the participants will do the online enrollment. They sign up for a payment plan, and then they're assigned support groups based on their preferences. And then groups will begin at the designated start date on the implementation piece. One of the things, we will try to keep them with their current support group if that is an option, and we will give them the option to have their top 3 choices with the goal to get them in their top choice. So if you'll go ahead and change for me. So the cost to participants, there currently or typically there's no cost to the board or the program. The participants will go into our secure portal and create a financial account where they can choose a monthly, quarterly, or an annual payment plan. And I'm sorry, the formatting got messed up when I transferred it, but it was $125 a month, $360 a quarter, or $1,400 annually. There are options for the boards to partially or fully subsidize the participant rate, right? So if the board wants to take that into consideration, that is some conversation that we can have. But and I do have some boards that do, and then I have some boards that don't. But there is no cost to the board of the program unless the board wants to subsidize the participant fee. One of the things we do is we like to keep the cost very minimal. Over a decade of doing this, so we're actually, I keep saying that, but we're close to 14 years of doing this. We've only raised our fees twice, and that is because we really believe in accessibility. And one of the components of our program that I really feel sets us apart is the financial assistance program that we have. We do not ask for money from the board or the program to have this financial assistance program. It is solely funded by us. If a participant cannot financially support this cost, they can apply for financial assistance, and it is consistent and streamlined across the board. So any participant can apply, and there'll be standards that they have to meet. They'll have to provide supporting documentation to support the request. I take pride that we have never turned away a participant who could not afford to pay, because again, our mission as an organization is accessibility to quality care and support. So I put some statistics down there because I know cost becomes one of the biggest topics of conversation because these programs can be costly to participants and adding something else might seem a little overwhelming. But most people on average spend $11 to $20 a week on Starbucks. The average cost of gas for a round trip to a meeting is $8.40 or $33.60 per month. And that is, of course, if you choose to go all online. Smoking 10 cigarettes a day for a month could cost roughly $98 to $196. And the average cost of a meal eating out is between $15 to $20. And I would argue that that has gone up since I did this because it feels like it just keeps going up. If you can go ahead and flip for me. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about the benefits of the support group management services. So the program benefits are detailed, consistent, and tailored reporting. They are going to have extremely quality data. There's multiple points of reports that the case managers receive from us. The case managers at the beginning of each week are going to get a non-compliance or a non-adherence report from the week prior. So a participant who does not show up to group, a participant who said they were going to make up a group but didn't, a participant who exhibited some challenges that were of note. They're going to get all of that information reported to them the following Monday morning by the time they show up into their office for work. The data is quality because, again, we verify all of the attendance reports. If they are an online group, we look at the facilitator reports and we cross-reference them with the online log, the data log. So we know how long a participant is in group for, and if they're not in group for the expected amount of time, according to the agreement, then that will be flagged as a non-adherence, right? And they would need to make that group up. So for local groups, we cross-reference all of the attendance reports from the facilitator with the sign-in log that the participants will have to physically sign into each week. So we know that our data is completely accurate. We vet our facilitator qualifications and the professionalism standards. So we come up with a minimum professional requirement during that implementation meeting with the program. And then we also provide the facilitator training and accountability. I spoke briefly to that before, but I'm going to dig in a little bit deeper. So the first 2 years that we come in and implement with a program, we meet with the facilitators every single month because that's for 2 reasons. One, housekeeping issues. How are your groups going? What challenges are you having? And then secondly, for education and training during that piece. And then after the 2 years, we can continue to meet monthly if we feel the facilitators need that extra support, but it will move to quarterly. Our existing programs have all moved to quarterly meetings with the facilitators. So in that 2 years where the onboarding process where those facilitators would meet monthly, once a quarter, they would be with all of our facilitators across the country. So they're getting access to facilitators that have been doing this with Birchwood since 2011. And they're going to have that support built in to the process for them to be able to draw from. The full management reduces required by board staff members. So the time reduction that the board or the ATD program staff member gets drastically cut in half because we deal with any administrative challenges pertaining to the support groups, any financial challenges, and I could sit here and give you a whole list of them, but for the sake of time, we fully take care of that, but we come to the board and to the program, of course, if it's something of note that they need to get involved in. We establish the policies and procedures. So if you currently don't have that in place, we write those for you. And it truly is a turnkey and tailored program. So the participants benefit, especially if it's online, if the board or organization chooses for everybody to go online, you have a tremendous amount of availability and flexibility. So a cost of gas, time off, childcare, etc., and a variety of group options, because you're no longer restricted to a geographical location and whether or not that location could fully support a local group. If you do choose to have us manage the local groups as well as online groups, we still work very closely to make sure we're constantly looking at numbers and evaluating to make sure that we have adequate options available in local geographical areas. And we're consistently watching those and making sure that we try to get as many in the areas of need as possible. We have group meeting standards. So every facilitator is trained on what our expectations of a group looks like. We're not going to tolerate complaint sessions or complaining about the board or complaining about the program. We're not going to allow participants to compare contracts. You know, there's a lot that goes into play that has happened and does happen historically that we shut down, because the purpose is for these groups to be a place for people to decompress, to talk about their recovery or their mental health challenges, to address how to navigate their program effectively, and some of the key challenges that occur naturally with that. How do I interview for a job and I'm in a program? How do I deal with a staff member who doesn't understand what my needs are? All the different things that come into play, that we want them to have the opportunity to address those, and also receive education on key topics, so that they already have the information, hopefully, before they ever get to some of those challenges. So when they do come across those challenges, they've already received some education in the group, so they have something to work with. The safe group expectations that are monitored, consistent communications. We do have a secure online portal access for them, quality groups and educational topics. And then, of course, a big one is financial assistance, because remember, we do not turn away anybody who cannot afford to pay for these services. The facilitator benefits, we do hire the facilitators, and it is very competitive compensation. And they become contractors with us. We use a HIPAA-compliant Zoom account provided by Birchwood Solutions. Right now, if your facilitators are using Zoom or some other digital platform, I can almost guarantee it is not a HIPAA compliant one, because they're very costly to do individually as an individual. So we provide that, we pay for and provide that access, so it's all under the Birchwood umbrella. Each facilitator gets a HIPAA compliant email that they will communicate to participants with, because again, we don't want participants emailing jane.doe@yahoo.com, which is their facilitator. We want to make sure that security is there. Facilitator support and accountability. We talked briefly about the monthly support meetings, monthly, quarterly administrative meetings. In addition to those, we do annual evaluations of the facilitators. So we have a group of professionals that come in and evaluate the facilitator doing their job in group at least annually. If they're brand new to the process, we will do it at a minimum 2 times a year. We also require annual professional development plans, and those where the facilitator will create their own professional development plan to tell us what they're going to do to better their understanding of mental health and substance use disorder. Facilitators no longer will exchange money with participants, so they are free to truly do what they need to be doing in group with that financial relationship completely removed. And then, of course, we have a wonderful group of facilitators across the board and that cover each other. So if a facilitator has to last minute be gone because of an emergency or plan a vacation 6 months down the road, that group is going to be covered and it is not going to be canceled. So those participants are maintaining access to groups completely across the board. Same goes for holidays. We don't cancel groups for holidays. If a holiday falls, say for example, the group falls on Thanksgiving Day, the group can collectively vote to choose to move to, the Wednesday before, but we will not allow them to cancel group. And New Year's Eve groups never get rescheduled because it is one of the highest risks, holiday risks. So those will maintain in effect. So all of those scheduling things we handle and maintain. You can go ahead and flip
Ms.
the-
Temple, can I pause you there?
Yeah.
This is Reza, Board Counsel. I just want to make a quick announcement. It's unrelated to this
Okay.
specific agenda item. So I'm informed that seems to be an issue with the WebEx public comment feature. From what I understand, I think WebEx rolled out an update yesterday, and we were not notified of an update as it rolls out. So I think the interface might look a little bit different for the folks that are connected to the meeting via WebEx, and we are receiving word that some members of the public wanted to make comment and were not able to. So I just want to make this announcement. Hopefully those folks are still with us. I don't want to interrupt this agenda item more than I already have, but after this agenda item, before we move on, we're going to sort out the issue of whatever the technical issue is to ensure that members of the public are able to make public comment, and we'll ensure that members of the public can comment on this item and have an opportunity to circle back if they were not able to make a comment on previous items, and we'll handle those comments accordingly. So I do apologize for the technical issues that folks out there might be experiencing. We absolutely want to ensure that everyone does get to participate if they have comments they want to make. And if you are out there and continue to experience issues as we're trying to resolve this, please let us know. We've had folks write in. With that, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Temple to finish her presentation, and then I'd ask that, I'll leave it to the board president whether we go to board discussion, but at some point before public comment on this item, I'm asking that we take a break so that we can figure this all out and make sure that that folks can participate. I'm fairly certain that there is a means to comment in a similar way to how we've always done it. We just need to nail down exactly what the interface looks like now and advise everybody out there. So sorry for that interruption. Thank you. And Ms. Temple, you can go ahead.
Excuse me
go
for
ahead.
just a moment. Board Member Cormack?
Yes, I apologize. This is Board Member Cormack. Those of us in the room cannot read any of the slides. And so would it be possible to, and there's a lot of information here. So again, usually we would cover this at committee and we would have already seen it. And, in prior times, this level of information has been provided in advance. At a minimum, could these be posted on the website now? So anyone who's trying to follow along can see.
Thank you very much
Great.
for that.
So
We'll do what we
while we're
can.
doing our other technical things, if we could just add that for transparency and frankly, comprehension. Like I can't even, I can read the top part. like a
Thank you
big
very
picture.
much. Very good
Thanks.
point. So we will ask for that.
I'm sure it's great for, Board Member Granowitz. She can probably see it on her screen, but.
Well, I have it on my screen and it's very small and I have very good glasses.
Yeah,
So,
okay. All right.
there's also some interest in taking a very brief break at this point. I don't know. Oh, you have 2 more slides left. Why don't we do that? Then we'll break. We'll work on public comment. We'll take a very quick break and we'll come back and hear public comment on both this item and the prior item. Okay, go ahead. Thank you very much.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. All right. If you'll go ahead and flip to the next slide, please. Almost done. In fact, I think it's Q&A.
Thank you very much. So I know that there are questions and comments. I have several, but I'll go ahead and ask if board members do. Let's take a break right now. Ms. Temple, if you'd hold on for, I hope this will be a very brief break. Let's see, it is 10:40. Can we break until 10:50 and see if we can resolve our
Give the public opportunity.
15 minutes? Okay, we need 15 minutes because we need to deal with our technical challenges. So we will come back at 10:55. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Hi, welcome back, everybody. I think we have somewhat resolved some of our technical challenges. So I'm going to open us back up. We're on item 4.7. We're ready for questions from board members and public comment. But before we go to that, I'd like to recognize our counsel, Reza Pejouhesh, to talk a little bit about kind of where we are.
Thank you. This is Reza, board counsel. Again, apologies to everyone who is attempting or who did attempt to make public comment and had difficulties, and I greatly appreciate you bearing with us. Right now, what I wanted to take a moment and do is just talk through what it might look like for members of the public who do want to make public comment and kind of explain how to do that. As I said before, it appears that WebEx may have updated its app, so a lot of folks out there may be using the updated version of the app, and the buttons look a little bit different and have different titles, and so accessing the chat function for anyone using that updated version is going to look a little bit different. So during the break, we tried to scramble and put together a few slides, and up on the screen right now on the WebEx are a few slides that I'm going to talk through. Before that, I just want to say in the meeting materials, there are a few slides which address how to make public comment. The old version of WebEx, those slides are taken from that old version of WebEx. So for anyone using that version, in the bottom right of the screen, you'd see the button titled Chat. And when our moderator opens for public comment, you'd click that chat button just as usual, and there'd be a field that you could type, I would like to make a public comment. So some people might still be seeing the version of WebEx that is exactly as what's reflected in our meeting materials, and for them the process would be exactly the same. For anyone using the updated app, it's not all that different, but as you can see on the slide that's up right now, instead of seeing a button in the bottom right that says chat, there's now a button that says Slido, S-L-I-D-O. And on the screen, on the slide, that's circled in a red circle. So when the time comes to make public comment, our meeting moderator would open the chat and he would announce it and indicate that it's time to make public comment. So anyone with the updated version of the app would click that button that says Slido, and that would open the window pane that has the field where you would type, I would like to make a comment. And as you can see on the screen now, when you click that Slido button, it opens that pane, and what's shown in a red circle there is where you would type, I would like to make a comment. So it's very similar to what the previous app showed, but instead of having a button called Chat, there's a button that for some reason is now called Slido. Do we have another slide on this, or is that the last one? Okay. I think after you have typed your comment, it will, after you've typed, I would like to make a comment, and hit enter, it'll say that the comment is waiting for moderator review. And at that point, our moderator will see it and will take the comments in the order received. Now, if members of the public are, actually a couple more things. So those are the desktop versions of WebEx. If we have anybody who has accessed WebEx via an internet browser, that's going to look similar to what I just described, where the button says Slido. So if you're accessing the WebEx via Google Chrome or Internet Explorer or whatever, using a browser version of WebEx, you're going to look for the Slido button. And lastly, if you're accessing the meeting via the smartphone app for WebEx, at the bottom, there's an icon with 3 little dots. So you would tap the 3 dots and that would open a menu. One of the buttons on that menu is Slido. So if you're on the smartphone app, you'd click the 3 dots, then click the Slido button, and it appears to take a second, but it'll then open the field for you to type, I would like to make a comment. So those are the methods that you can access WebEx. That's the desktop app, the internet browser, or smartphone. If whatever method you're accessing the meeting, you're still not able to make a comment, as a last resort, I think we're going to accept comments that are written into our assistant executive officer by email. Typically, we ask that folks make their comments via the WebEx, but because of the challenge here, we've added that kind of backstop option. And you can go ahead and email. And if we can get it on screen. Is it? Okay, sorry.
It's there.
Forgive my bad eyesight. So you would email Yvonne.Leonard, EVON.LENERD@dca.ca.gov. So hopefully that is clear. Again, not too much has changed, but for folks who do have the update, just look for the button that says Slido and click that, and that should bring it up. So with that, I think I'll turn it over and we can go ahead to the Q&A, and we'll see if we appear to continue to have problems with receiving public comment, then we may need to put another pause on and see where we're at and whether or not it can be solved.
Thanks very much. Let's go ahead and establish a quorum. Wynn, committee chair, here. President Trujillo.
Trujillo, present.
Vice President Patel.
Patel here.
Board Member Dominguez.
Dominguez here.
Board Member Lawler.
Lawler here.
Board Member Granowitz.
Granowitz here.
Board Member Cormack.
Cormack here.
Okay, we have a quorum. Thank you very much. Questions or comments for Ms. Temple from board members? Go ahead, Ms. Cormack.
Thank you so much, Chair Wynn, and thank you, Ms. Temple, for the work that you do and for coming to tell us a little bit about this, this option. It seems like it's a thoughtful and professional approach to something. I guess first about 4 questions. So first is for Ms. Johnson. How many of our groups are currently in person versus online?
We do not have any in-person groups. Everything.
They're all online. Okay. That's straightforward then. And how many people are in each of our groups currently, Ms. Johnson? Do we have a limit of any kind?
We try and limit them to about, I think the number's around 15. That is a little bit large for a group, especially in the short period of time for everyone to be able to have a voice. We do have about 350 from probation that go to nurse support group, and we have about 150 right now in intervention that use support group.
And support group is an hour long? Or
I
50
believe they're
minutes?
about an hour long.
Hour long. Okay. And Ms. Temple, what have you found as a recommended number of participants in a group?
Thank you for that. So we actually do not assign more than 10 participants to a group. We do have 2 flex seats. We call them flex seats, and that's for the makeup group process, so that if a group is full to capacity at 10, we still have that group available for people that need to do a makeup group. So we do cap at 10 assigned to a group.
Okay, that's helpful. And you mentioned, it sort of became apparent as you went through that facilitators are paid by you in this instance. And they receive annual evaluations, and you said they're competitively paid. Is it possible for you to tell us how much they are paid?
Yes, so we start at a base rate at $50 an hour or $50 a group. And then the longer they're with us, or if they have a master's degree or a doctorate, then there are little changes to that or additions to that base rate.
Okay, thank you. And then one of the things that we see is occasionally actually frequently, if someone is petitioning for early termination of probation, they will often ask their nurse support group facilitator for a letter. I assume they ask for a letter of recommendation, and those are somewhat inconsistent in terms of the information that we receive. Is that a process that is baked into your system, that it would be more automated and specific things would be asked, or is this not something that other states utilize?
Absolutely, great question. So other states utilize it in different ways, right? Return to work, a narcotic restriction lift. Some programs have other areas where they need input. And so what we do is on the front end, we want to know exactly all the different types of reports that the programs want. And then we work with the program to come up with a standard format, or they can use one that we already use that another program uses, right? And then we streamline it. So for example, I'm going to use completion or discharge. 60 days prior to completion, the case manager or the participant will initiate that process with us, and it goes through our administrative side. So we make notes about the financial account, attendance, compliance, and then it goes to the facilitator to mark a number of different areas where they support or do not support completion. And then they'll have a little box for them to do more of a narrative comment format to provide additional supporting documentation or notes to support or not support completion. And then that gets sent over in a email letter format to the program so that they can file it in their file with the program. And so that process can be modified or adopted to any type of area you would want a standard report, such as a return to work or narcotic restriction lift or any of those little types of, it's not little, but those processes.
Okay, great. And then in your experience, when you've done these transitions before, I mean, is there any pattern to the number of facilitators who have decided to participate with your program, applied, and been accepted? Is it 10%, 50%, 90%? And I understand that might not apply here, but just so we have a general sense of how much change, other states have experienced.
Right. Typically, it's very little change. So, of course, it's up to Of course, it's up to the facilitator if they want to choose to apply for the process and to continue on. Assuming that they choose and they meet the criteria and they have the support, we go through a process. We'll interview them. We'll talk to them about what their history is and their background and all that. And then we'll come together as a team along with the programs. And most of the time, it's fully transitioned. There's very little movement because the people who are truly invested or have those qualifications, and we'll give those qualifications on the front end so the facilitators know the expectation, and that can be a part of their decision. They'll know all the information. Here are our expectations, here are the qualifications, here's the time commitment, here's the compensation. So they'll get all that on the front end to make that determination if they want to continue. But I can't give you a percentage, but I would say overwhelmingly 90% continue to stay and become a part of the process. And I have all of my original people are still here for 13 plus years, so I think that says something as well. And the people that choose to come on, the only reason why they leave is either a health problem or they just have increased work responsibilities, right? So we get very positive feedback from the facilitators as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thanks very much. Any other members have questions? Ms. Cormack asked all of my questions, so great. Why don't we go to public comment at this point? Would the board moderator please? I'm sorry?
Sorry, I just had a quick comment.
Please.
Okay, so I thought it was just worth clarifying. That was an extremely helpful presentation and a lot of good information about how their company works and all that. Just by way of background though, and this is maybe just go somewhat without saying, but to be clear, the board couldn't just make a handshake with Birchwood Solutions and go out and start doing business with them. Typically, any contract or any procurement that state agencies do is subject to competitive bidding process. And so, there are provisions when there's a sole source provider of something or something like that, or a genuine justification to, procure something without competition. But generally, it would start with a solicitation, like a request for proposals, and it would be open to Birchwood and any other company. I don't know what the landscape of this type of service looks like at all, but it's held open for any interested companies to submit a response and identify their program and all that. So just wanted that to be clear for the board members as well as for the public to kind of understand the context. I think this presentation was super helpful in explaining how this company works and giving the board even just an awareness that there is at least a company out there doing this type of thing. And so if the board were supportive of this idea, just know that there's a process to play out, but you could certainly initiate the process of going down that path.
Thank you, Reza. Board moderator, would you please take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. Again, thank you for your patience as we learn these new technical issues, and we will get that slide updated so it's better for you. I'm going to activate the chat. All right, I have activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember, you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." And Leanne would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. I'm sorry, did I cut somebody off?
This is Reza. I was just saying, just in case anyone didn't hear my earlier announcement about commenting, and it's great to see that we already have somebody who's been able to access it. But for folks trying to make public comment on your app, you'll look for a button either called Slido, SLIDO, or Chat. And that should open a window pane that allows you to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Or if you're on the smartphone app, you'd look for a button with 3 dots and then either the Slido or Chat options.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. All right. Okay, Leanne, 1 second here.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. All right.
Okay.
Thank you,
Yay.
Leanne. Thank you for being our initial person.
And I'm sorry, before we have that comment, one more thing, I apologize. I presume right now we're taking public comment on this specific item, 4.7, which is the nurse support group management discussion. We will have an opportunity to make public comment on previous agenda items that we already discussed. So I just wanted to be clear for now, if we could keep the comments to this agenda item, and then we'll go back very shortly and allow public comment on anything prior to this. Thank you.
And Leanne,
Shall
go
I go
for it.
ahead?
Yes,
Okay, all
Leanne,
right,
sorry.
thank you. Okay, so that presentation was very streamlined, very organized, and I appreciate that. But as a participant, I do have some significant concerns, and I'm speaking for myself, and I believe other participants as well. Number one would definitely be the cost. And I know I did hear that no one's been turned away because they couldn't pay. I feel like there's probably more to that than was able to be said, but it's significantly more than most people are paying. The most I've heard someone pay for a group is $100 a month. There are folks who pay nothing because their facilitator doesn't charge. So this would be a significant increase. And we're already, all of us are already in debt. We're not going out to Starbucks. We're not going out to eat. We don't have that superfluous money to just stop doing those things and be able to pay this extra amount. I'm also a little bit concerned. The nurse support group has always been a safe space to be able to share your frustrations and your stress and your anxieties related to the program. So when it was said that quote unquote complaining about the program would not be tolerated, that takes away our safe place to share our frustrations with what's going on and get help from each other about dealing with those things. So that concerned me as well. And also I saw the quality groups with educational topics. That concerns me a little bit. Nurse support groups, while sometimes we do have topics, a lot of time they're very fluid. And, whatever is going on in the group that people are concerned about, that would dictate where our conversations led for that group. So it's just the kind of structured, seems very structured way these groups might be run seems very much more like IOP therapy, which this was not supposed to be that. This was supposed to be a place for nurse to nurse communication and sharing, obviously about work, about the program, and about your recovery as it relates to what's going on. The not allowing groups to cancel for holiday weeks. I mean, that is our only time off from this groups. It is an extra day to spend with our families, extra time to spend with our families during the holiday week. We all attend several other groups throughout the week already. And of course, those are not excused during holiday weeks either. So that is concerning as well. I feel like this would solve a lot of problems we do have with the nurse support groups as they stand now, but it would also create a lot more problems on top of that. And I feel like the participants are going to be they're going to have some issues if this program is adopted. So I just wanted to share my point of view as well as what I feel other participants might be feeling. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Susan Engel has a comment. 1 second, please. Susan, go ahead, please. If you're on your phone, I think it's *6. If you're on your computer, I think it's unmute me. It's just, she's unmuted. Susan, are you not able to talk? Oh. I heard something. Susan? Okay. Susie, if you're on your phone, *6. If you're on your computer, minimize all the screens and there's a small window that says unmute me and you've already unmuted yourself. So if you are not able to speak, if you can type your question in the chat or if you can submit it to Yvonne.
Mark?
It's right there. What are the licensure requirements?
I heard her very, very briefly there.
Questions in the chat. Is it? She's asking what are the licensure agreement requirements for the facilitators?
Please ask this question. What are the licensure requirements for the facilitators? Okay. Are you guys looking in chat?
No, Slido.
I don't have Slido.
Anyway, that's.
You think I do?
Reza, can I read it?
Yes.
Oh.
So the question that was typed into Slido is, please ask this question for me, sorry. What are the licensure requirements for the facilitators?
Okay, yes. So we have basic ones that we've had from the beginning. The program will get the final say because, again, that's part of that collaborative approach and what the needs of the program are. But typically, it is a master's degree or higher in mental health or substance use disorder, or a licensure in like a LADAC licensure. They also need to have at least 4 years experience in dealing with SUD or mental health in some type of support. And they have to be, if they are a former participant, they have to be, successfully completed for a minimum of 2 years to be eligible.
Thank you. I don't know if Sue is able to, I thank you for that answer, and I don't know if Sue is able to respond to you. She is still unmuted. I'm waiting to see if she replies to me in the comment section.
And also, this is Elizabeth. I don't have Slido at the bottom. I have to click on apps in order for Slido to open. I don't know if that's for anybody else, but
yes, that's another one. That was another way too.
Either.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Shannon, would you like to comment on what the requirements for our nurse support group facilitators?
Yeah, so we do have criteria that needs to be met to be a nurse support group facilitator, and that is located within our uniform standards.
Thank you. Do you have any other speakers?
I don't know.
All right. Thank you for your comment. Hold on here. Let me check real quick.
Do you have any people who have written to
No,
you?
there. Okay, I'm sorry. Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRNHQ?
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Yvonne.
I have not received any email requests for comments.
Great. Anybody in the audience here want to comment on this item? Okay, hearing none. I would like to make a motion to direct staff to further investigate the availability or sustainability of a nurse support group management, and to bring a proposal back to the next committee meeting of the Enforcement Investigation Intervention Committee.
I'm happy to second that. I mean, this is an information only item, but are we permitted to direct staff on an information only?
So I checked with council about, do we need a motion? We do not need a motion, but we may make a motion just to provide clarity.
Then my second stands.
Great. So let's take this to a vote. Nguyen votes yes. President Trujillo?
Trujillo votes yes.
Vice President Patel?
Patel, yes.
Board Member Dominguez?
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Lawler?
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Granowitz?
Granowitz, yes.
Board Member Cormack?
Cormack, yes.
Great, that motion passes. Thank you very much, Ms. Temple, for your presentation. Very interesting. At this time, we are going to go back to public comment on item 4.5, which was discussion of the use of oral fluid saliva testing as a part of our suite of random drug and alcohol testing interventions. So, Board Moderator, would you please take us to public comment on that item?
Thank you.
4.5.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment.
For that.
I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment. Leanne would like to make a comment. 1 second.
Did you see it again?
Thanks for letting me speak again. I first want to say thank you so much for hearing us and continuing to just research this and take it seriously. You have no idea how much it means to us that you hear us and you really look into the things that we're saying and try and do what you can. This is a huge step, I think, for all those probation nurses in the program. My question was when Vault was discussing how this would work for the probationers and interventioners, I'm assuming, is that there would be an addendum to their contract and that they would have to sign that. For the intervention nurses, back when Maximus was facilitating the program, we'd already been given permission, some of us, as needed, to use the oral saliva test when necessary. I'm one of those nurses who was given that permission because I live quite rural. But there was no addendum to my contract and I never signed anything with any details. So my inquiry would be for those of us who already have been given that permission, is that something that will be added on now? Should I be asking my case manager if that needs to be done, or calling Vault, asking them, etc.? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Shannon Shannon Johnson to address that.
So when they were speaking of contracts, they were speaking of the contract between Vault and the board, not the specific contract with each participant. So that is the contract that would need the addendum to include the oral fluid testing.
So I presume the commenter is possibly interested in being able to utilize oral fluid testing. So is it the case that she wouldn't herself need to do anything affirmatively in order to?
Correct. If you're in intervention, I would contact your clinical case manager with Premier Health Group. If you are in probation, I would contact your probation monitor to inquire. Of course, with probation, we're not yet utilizing the oral fluid testing, but once we do have an addendum and that is signed and put into place, we will have that option.
Thank you for your comment. Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
I'm checking with Yvonne. Yvonne, any questions submitted to you?
I have no email requests for public comments.
Great. Anybody in the audience like to comment on this item? Okay, hearing none. We can go ahead and close our public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready to begin item 4.1, which is information only. And this is a presentation by our Assistant Executive Officer regarding reviews in the requirements of direct patient care and work passing narcotics, which were removed or imposed by an IEC. And you remember in August, we gave our executive officer the responsibility of reviewing those. So Yvonne is going to comment on that right now. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you. I have been asked to remind all board members to please mute your microphones when you're not speaking, as we are picking up a lot of background noises. So, okay, for items 4.1, our EO continues to complete the EO re-reviews, as some IECs are still requesting participants to work as an RN with or without access as part of their recovery plan. The EO has approved some of these IEC requests for access positions and just working as an RN, as the participant was made aware of the requirements early in their program and knew this is going to be needed, and the evidence supported this. The EO is also the EO re-reviews have also resulted in some IEC recommendations being returned, as there was no evidence supporting this request, and as there were no safety concerns or worksite monitor reports, and recovery efforts were appropriate. So we have the EO reviews have supported some of the requests to work as an RN with or without access, and some have been returned and sent back to another IEC for a second look. And the other item that the EO wanted me to mention is an intervention participant can end their time in the intervention program, either through successful completion, termination by the IEC, or withdrawal by the participant. The EO requested to review all program terminations by IEC recommendations as part of her second level EO review. Based on, we've had a couple IECs recommend termination due to the participant failing to derive benefit after being in the program for a year or more. So that is now being part of the EO's review, is any terminations by recommendation of the IEC for failing to derive benefit.
Thank you, Yvonne. Could you explain what you mean by that, failure to derive benefit?
In regulations, it does state that termination from the program can be done if the participant is not deriving benefit from the program. So that is one way that the IEC can recommend that the program is removed from, the participant is removed from the intervention program.
I just mean, like, what does that look like? Failure to derive benefit. I don't understand. You're not going to,
If a participant is stating that they're not getting any benefit from any of the recovery efforts, they don't believe they have a problem, they don't want to be here. There's other ways also, but that is one that has recently been discussed. Shannon, did you have anything else that you would like to add on failing to derive benefit?
I mean, that pretty much covers it, but I think some people want to be in the program, but they really don't seem like they're progressing within their program. So they're at the same place they were, a year ago, 2 years ago, and they don't seem to be progressing. And they want to just stay where they're at and complete when they don't really, or are not, the IEC is not seeing the benefit of the recovery program for them specifically.
And there was one situation in which it was, they have the continuous sobriety, but no recovery efforts.
Okay.
And so that was one point of discussion for an IEC.
Thank you. And are you done with your presentation?
Yes.
Great. Are there questions or comments from board members? Go ahead, President Trujillo.
So I'm concerned that the failure to derive benefit is occurring 2 to 3 years. I would imagine that would occur earlier in the program. I would imagine that at least 6 months to 9 months into the program, it would be seen that they're not deriving benefits versus 2 to 3 years.
Not necessarily. It sometimes takes some individuals even 6 months to a year to feel comfortable going back into the workplace, let alone, if they have to go into residential treatment and then, partial hospitalization and then IOP and then aftercare. Those programs take a long time, and some of them up to a year to 2 years to fully get through some of that. And so sometimes it's not really determined that they're not progressing. And then if they're not seeing the IEC until every 6 months, and as we knew before, some of them were a year or more than a year, they weren't being caught. We're seeing them more frequently now, but there are situations in where it could probably not be detected early on, because in the very early stages, they're not working. They're still doing their 7 meetings, their 90 and 90 meetings, 90 meetings in 90 days. They're trying to get back to where we have a fit for duty, saying they're safe to practice and all of that. So that takes some time to get through.
But when they're new to the program, isn't the evaluation more frequent in the beginning or not?
It depends. If they don't have a diagnostic evaluation, we will request a diagnostic evaluation be completed on them, which will give a full history and a recommendation for treatment and for employment. That happens if we get the evaluation and it says, it gives a recommendation, but maybe it says should not return to work yet. Then we're going to have another evaluation, at another point in time. So those could take a little longer to progress. It's not that we have evaluations. Now, if you're talking about check-ins, they check in with their clinical case manager monthly. They go before their IEC. We're hoping every 3 to 6 months now. We've been pretty good with that. And so those types of meetings are happening. They're going to nurse support group weekly. They're doing community support groups. When they first start out, they're usually doing 7 per week, with maybe some in person. But the evaluations themselves are not monthly, or, it's not a set amount of time. It's as needed.
So is the caseworker providing a report?
The clinical case manager?
Yes.
Yeah, they are at each IEC meeting with us, and we give a summary. They give a summary of where that participant's at, what they've done, if there's compliance, non-compliance, et cetera.
My second concern is, are we still requiring some of the nurses to work to have access to pass meds?
It is not a requirement, and was never a requirement. The IEC can recommend that as part of their recovery plan, but it was never a requirement that all nurses in the program work and have access to.
Because what we heard previously, a while back, is that we had nurses in the program that were asked to pass narcotics, get a job where narcotics was used, and they would have to pass those narcotics, whereas they hadn't done either that type of job in years or not at all.
So unfortunately, at one point in time, there was some miscommunication
Yeah.
given to participants. That has been corrected.
Good.
But from the board perspective, there was never a requirement for all participants to have a position with access.
Because
to
I'm understanding,
successfully complete the program.
I'm actually understanding right now, I have an understanding that in some cases it's still being required.
It's not a requirement. It is a recommendation by the IAC based on that individual's recovery program.
So they can still complete the program without doing that.
Some can, yes.
Just, can I jump in? To be clear, what Yvonne is saying is that there was never a requirement across the board for all. To date, I think she mentioned this in the process that you set up where participants might be sent back for a re-review by the EO. The EO was reviewing those requirements. And I think Yvonne mentioned that in some cases where those requirements were imposed, it was sent back to the IEC and determined that they didn't really need to impose those requirements. But there are still a handful of cases where it was re-reviewed and determined that it was reasonable and appropriate to include those requirements. So those requirements have always been implemented or imposed on a case-by-case basis. Subsequent to you directing that the EO begin re-reviewing, there are still that handful of cases, but those were subject to a re-review and an actual determination that there was evidence for requiring those requirements.
Thank you, Reza. I think you summed it up. Thank you. I'm done.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Thank you very much, Yvonne. We'll go ahead and open this item up for public comment. Would the board moderator please take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. Sorry, I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember, you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I want to give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Leanne would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, I'm hoping to just get some clarification. We're still getting some mixed information from our case managers at Premier. I recently had a case manager tell me that if a nurse diverted medication when they were working, which is how they ended up in this program, that they would probably have to go back to work and pass narcotics, even if they have not been in a clinical or a patient care position for years since then. Which I don't know, past few board meetings, it was stated that that would not necessarily mean you would have to go back to work patient care and pass narcotics just because you diverted medication, since that was a result of your disease. And if the disease has been treated, then that should not be the case. And then, so I'm just hoping to get clarification on that, and as well as we keep saying, keep hearing that in some cases, nurses are having to go back to work and with patient care and pass narcotics, but no examples are ever given. Can we get an example of what that would indicate? I mean, is it a nurse that diverted? Is it something else? Just some clarification on that so that we kind of understand what's happening. Thank you.
Yvonne, would you feel comfortable answering this question?
Yes, it is case by case. The IEC makes recommendations based on an individual's recovery program at that time. And we will definitely speak with Premier regarding if a statement is saying that you will probably have to, because we shouldn't be making those types of statements, because it is a case by case recovery program. The IECs review everything in that individual's recovery plan, their efforts and everything. So it's not possible to give an example of when someone may or when someone may not, because each set of facts can change that determination and recommendation.
Thank you very much.
This is Reza. I'll just add, I think I understand that for our participants in the program, their kind of primary point of contact with whom they might have the most direct communication is their Premier case manager. And so it's only natural to, if you have questions, bring them to that person and try to get them answered. With that said, there needs to be an understanding that the Premier case manager, although they are your primary point of contact, they don't ultimately decide what the terms are. They're not the ones to, make that decision and enforce it. So I'm glad that this comment came up, and I appreciate it. And I think hearing that there may need to be some further work with Premier to ensure that what their case managers are telling our participants is accurate and not misleading. So thank you for your comment, and I apologize for any confusion on this issue. As Yvonne said, the requirement, you've been hearing that some folks are being required to do that because they are. As discussed, it's not an across-the-board requirement, and we can't say that every individual whose misconduct or whatever had to do with diversion of narcotics will or won't be required to meet this requirement. So there is no across-the-board requirement. You might find it's more common in cases where narcotics were diverted, but that's probably because the individual IECs might lean more towards that, imposing that requirement where they see that the issue had to do with diversion of narcotics. So it might be more of a correlation thing than a, direct causation or a flat out requirement. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Nurse 213 would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, board members. Thank you for your time, and thank you, moderator, for your time. My question is, my next IEC is in July, and I plan on asking for full access.
Mhm.
It's not that I necessarily want to work with full access, but I want to successfully complete the program. And so when the decision is decided by the IEC after in July, will it be, I guess, it will either be made a requirement or a recommendation that I work with narcotics. I guess is like when you ask is when you'll find out if you have to work with patient access with narcotic access. And my other question is, if it's only a recommendation, does that mean you don't necessarily have to fulfill that in order to successfully complete if it's not a requirement? So those are my questions.
That's what I was going to say. Thanks for recommendation.
This is Reza. I'll start off responding to that, and if Shannon or Yvonne have more to add or anything to correct me on, please do. I think the use of the word recommendation was a little, could have caused some confusion. You were asking if that requirement is put in your recovery agreement, do you have to comply with it, or is it merely a recommendation? I think that's pretty clear. You'd have to comply with it. I think, and Yvonne, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the use of the word recommendation was just in light of the fact that the IECs make recommendations, which then go to the intervention program manager, who is a BRN staff person. But if a term is added to your recovery agreement, it's a term of the agreement, not a recommendation. And again, I can understand how the use of the word recommendation might have thrown you off there, but hopefully that's clear with that explanation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Sarah would like to make a comment. Sarah, I'm going to unmute you if you would like to make your comment. We'd prefer you verbally make your comment, but it's up to you. If you do not want to unmute, we can read it. So 1 second here. Okay, Sarah did not unmute. So her question is there any discussion on removing, I'm sorry, her comment is there any discussion on removing the stipulation for requiring 6 months of employment as an RN in order to complete probation, especially for RNs who cannot get employment due to no one wanting to hire a nurse on probation in the department they solely have experience in?
I'll just start that off. On the probation side, our probation is governed by our disciplinary guidelines, which have the 6-month work requirement. In order to change the disciplinary guidelines, that would have to be a regulatory change where we go through the rulemaking process. And so that's a lengthy process. And in the first place, I don't know that there has been discussion of changing that on the probation side thus far.
Thank you for your comment. Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
I'm checking with Yvonne.
I have no requests for comments via email.
Any requests for comments here? Hearing none. Okay, thanks, Board Moderator. Would you please close this public comment section?
Thank you.
Okay, this was information only. We did ask our EO to begin this review in August, and she's been reporting at every board meeting. And I do feel like we're kind of stabilizing and rationalizing our approach to this. Not that there aren't going to be some outlier cases, but I think, Lori is doing a good job reviewing and reporting back to us. So we're going to close this item and move on to item 4.2, which is again, information only, and it's our Enforcement Division update, and that will be presented by Shannon Johnson. Thanks, Shannon.
Oh, I've been sitting here a while. Hi, I'm Shannon Johnson. I'm the board's Enforcement Division Chief. Agenda item 4.2 is an update on the Enforcement Division. General information. At the August 2022 board meeting, as you know, we voted to be included in the 5-year pilot study with National Council, which we are still continuing to do, and we will continue to get updates to you as they come in on that study. We continue to recruit registered nurses with professional education backgrounds as expert practice consultants to provide written opinions on our cases and possibly testimony. We do have a list of ones that are in, all of them are in high demand, but ones that are more of a high demand, which would include long-term care, skilled nursing facility, geriatrics, acute rehabilitation, dialysis, corrections, and hospice. You can find information on our website if you'd like to apply at rn.ca.gov/enforcement. There's some expert witness information there. There is an application as well as some criteria that would need to be met in order to become an expert. We've also included in Table A the complaint intake statistics, the last 4 full fiscal years, including the current fiscal year to date, with a nice pretty graph along with that for everyone that's visual. And then Table B is citation and fine statistics, followed by the discipline statistics in C and the legal support desk in Table D. And then probation is Table E. And as you can see on all of these, we'd included the last 4 complete fiscal years with the current fiscal year to date. And then Table F is the total case processing time. And that is with our mandate of a goal of 540 days for case completion from beginning to end, including investigations and attorney general time. This lists out our cases that are within our 540 days and the percentage of cases that are over the 540-day mark. And then Table G is our performance measures, which gets reported to Department of Consumer Affairs. And this also gives the last 4 fiscal years of that case breakout time. I do want to point out on this table in Table G, the investigative time is both the BRN investigation and Division of Investigations combined. And then the post-AG time is a combined time of once it's referred to the Attorney General through legal process, board vote, and final decision and order. And that is all I have for agenda item 4.2. Oh, I missed one page, sorry. Just a couple updates on the complaint intake. So we're continuing to utilize the complaint prioritization and referral guidelines. They changed a bit ago. And so we're doing those, and we're also continuing to triage cases for both BRN investigations and DFI in our complaint intake unit. And then in our discipline unit, as of May 13th, about 14% of our cases have been pending at the Attorney General's office for over a year. And as of April 2025, our citation and fine unit has been moved. It was under our intervention manager. It has now been moved to our discipline unit. So citations is now with discipline, and that occurred in April. Probation, they're currently working on enhancements to the website, collaborating. I know that was a big topic, and I said that we're almost done. And I want to say that last week or week before, I just submitted more edits to the Q&A. So we are still working on that, but we are working diligently. And so we hope to have that posted really soon.
Thank you very much, Shannon. I have just one quick question. It's on Table A, complaint intake. Do you have a sense of why our numbers just keep climbing? I mean, I know we have more nurses, but is it just an easier process to complain? Or, I mean, I can't imagine we have.
Well, actually, if you're looking at the total received, we've actually decreased from fiscal year 22-23 to 23-24. we decreased by about 240. So if you're looking at total received, now if you
Okay.
look at the breakout of public complaints versus convictions, arrests versus applicants, our applicants have dropped over the years. If you go like to 2021, applicants were 3,269. We're now at 1,816. So those have decreased almost half. Your convictions and arrests have gone up since 2021. And so that has not quite doubled, but it looks like we're projected to possibly be double or actually, I would say probably not quite double again, but maybe around 1,300 by the end of this fiscal year. Public complaints is what has increased.
Okay.
And that's increased only by about 400 from the previous fiscal year to this last full fiscal year. And we are probably forecasted to end around the same as we did last fiscal year. Yeah. And I do want to say though, for public complaints, that's everything other than an applicant or arrest conviction. And so when we do have issues, like I think in the last committee meeting, it was mentioned that we did have some media attention to certain RNs that created a large amount of complaints that we received. And I believe it was hundreds.
Okay.
So that has added to our numbers this year. We've had them in the past as well, where they were upwards of about 1,000, 1,800, just one person, one complaint, one RN. We just deal with those as they come in, but of course they are reflected in our numbers and we do report on those as well.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Any other questions or comments from board members? Yeah, go ahead.
I spoke about this briefly yesterday when we were talking about the budget, but there is a trend of an increased number of complaints. There is, a trend of, lengthier investigation, which includes our work as well as DOI, and taken together as we prepare, for sunset, in a more digital age. I think it's, and in a challenging time for, state government, I think we need to be thinking about the right levels of staff, in these departments to manage it. So just wanted to flag that.
Thank you. Seeing no more board member comment, would the board moderator please take us to public comment on this item?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRNHQ?
Thank you very much. I'm checking with Yvonne.
There's no request for comments via email.
Great. And any questions or comments from the audience? Okay, hearing none. We have no more public comment. Board moderator, would you please close this window?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next item, which is item 4.3. Again, information only item, Investigations Division update.
Good afternoon now, 12:08. My name is Nicole Bowles. I will be providing the Investigations Division update, information only, agenda item 4.3. So the Investigations Division, we continue to work with the Office of Organizational Improvement to map and assess our workflow procedures to streamline and improve our internal processes. We continue to adhere to recommendation number 7 of the 2016-046 audit by the California State Auditor. As of May 9th, 2025, the full-time special investigators have an average of 27 cases. And then due to the high caseloads, the supervising special investigators and I also continue to actively work cases. At the committee meeting held on April 17th, 2025, I clarified that the previous reported figure of 185 cases received in January 2025 was amended to 103 cases. We continue to explore multiple options to address the high caseload, and we continue to actively recruit for one full-time special investigator position in the Central Region. A candidate has been selected, and we anticipate a start date of June 2nd. So as of June 2nd, we will be fully staffed. I have no notification of retirements or departures, so I'm very excited about that. We also have 3 temporary staff working with us as well, 1 retired annuitant and 2 limited term special investigators. So we have some assistance there. In total, we have 28 investigators plus management working cases right now. So we are at full capacity trying to work through these cases. And then we have also provided on table A, we have provided the last 4 fiscal years of the BRN cases referred, BRN cases pending, and the BRN cases completed. And we also have provided the fiscal year to date, along with the Division of Investigation cases referred, pending, and completed as well. And we did provide bar graphs of these numbers. And that would conclude my presentation if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bowles. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Could you just help me understand what referred means and what you mean, all the cases that were referred?
Yeah, sure. So they're referred to us from the complaint intake unit when we have cases referred to the investigations division. Or if they're referred from complaint intake to the Division of Investigations.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from board members? Board moderator, would you please take us to public comment on this item?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment."
This is Reza. While we wait, I'll just reiterate in case anyone missed my announcement earlier. If you're looking to make a public comment, you'll look on your screen for a button called Slido, S-L-I-D-O. Or if you're using the previous version, the button would just say chat. And then the window would open and you'd type, "I would like to make a comment," in the field that opens there.
We've also learned that if you're on a cell phone, if you're on a smartphone, that a window will pop open that says BRN moderator has opened up Slido for Q&A.
Yes, if you're on a smartphone, that should open up. And if it doesn't, tap the button at the bottom that has the 3 dots, and then it Slido or chat option would appear there.
Perfect. Yes. Thank you. And Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
Great. I'm going to check with Yvonne.
I've received no comments via email.
Great. Thanks very much. Anybody in the audience want to comment? Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Nicole, for that. Okay. That's the end of that item. Again, information only. So now we will move to item 4.4, again, an information only relating to our intervention program update. And Shannon Johnson will be presenting. Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you. So management has been attending the Intervention Evaluation Committee meetings, providing education and support to the IEC members and participants, as well as our new vendor, and identifying possible gaps in regulation for the intervention program. At the February 28th, 29th, 2024 meeting, this board allowed us to begin drafting regulatory language for revisions and or additions to the California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Article 4.1, for the intervention program guidelines. So we'll be working on that. The intervention vendor contract with Maximus, as you know, expired December 31st, 2024, and DCA awarded the new intervention contract to Premier Health Group. And they are working with DCA and the 8 Healing Arts boards, including our board, to continue the transition with minimal impact to participants. The board continues to recruit IEC members with knowledge and experience in substance use disorder treatment, recovery, and mental health. At the February 28th and 29th board meeting this year, the board voted to allow board staff to reestablish up to 5 additional IECs. And we are still looking into how we're going to configure that. If anyone out there would like to apply for an IEC position, you can find applications on our website in the criteria under rn.ca.gov/intervention. Also, our uniform standards has criteria as well, or excuse me, our regulation has criteria as well. And then if anybody would like any more information, excuse me, on our intervention program, they can also go to the rn.ca.gov for information and contact information if they are interested for themselves or maybe for another RN that they know. And if you want more information on the statistics, and I should have mentioned it too on my last agenda item, if you go to the dca.ca.gov website under the data tab, you can find all of the statistical information that I've given to you within the tables for enforcement.
Thank you very much. I have 2 quick questions. The first is, it says you're working to make sure that the transition has minimal impact. Are you finding that that's true? I mean, of course, there are always bumps with, you know, a new system, but do you feel like our participants are going through this transition fairly smoothly?
I hope so. I'm hearing there are some good comments that they're pleased with Premier. As for, you know, being a new vendor, there are some bumps in the road and we're working on those to try and get through that. We're finishing up 5 months now. I think the transition period is taking a little longer than maybe what we anticipated. They are building a new portal right now. So the data sharing for IEC members as well as any third-party stakeholders, that is not in place yet. So we're waiting for that to be completed so we can do training and get everybody moving with that. So that there's a few bumps here and there that we're trying to work through.
Great, thanks. The second question has to do with, I know there was a period of kind of righting the ship. You know, there's a 3-legged stool, you know, BRN is one leg, IECs are one leg, and our vendor is another. And I'm just wondering, how much longer do you think it will be important for management to attend the IECs? Because I know it's very time consuming and we're under a lot of pressure here. And I'm just wondering, you know, what your thoughts on that are.
Well, right now, with trying to, we've got some newer IEC members, so trying to get them established. We just had one at our IEC meeting yesterday, and so it'll take a few meetings to get them established and trying to provide the laws for them as they're going through each case and explaining. That'll take some time. The IECs that we're seeing now, it's about 12 to maybe 16 participants per meeting. So they are all day with the reviews and re-reviews that need to be done by the EO. We have to document a lot of rationale and discussion that the committee has on these cases to provide for that. That takes a lot of time for that. And we have been finding that just one person in that meeting is probably not going to be able to keep up with the documentation alone needed for each of those meetings. It would be kind of like in the closed session for board and someone having to document all of your discussion on each case. That's what's happening in IEC right now. So, I mean, although we would like to step back and just have a couple, it's taken a few people just to be able to manage it. Once we get the vendor on board fully, hopefully they will be taking over some of
Okay.
their contractual obligations with those meetings as well.
Great, thank you. Yvonne, did you have something to add? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Just so you know, there will always be a level of executive management in because the intervention program manager is at that level, but I have been able to step away a little bit. So we are trying to do that,
Okay.
but we're not there yet.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from board members on this item? Hearing none, will the board moderator please open us up for public comment on this item?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Leanne would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Baby girl.
Hi again. Thank you for tolerating all my comments. I appreciate it. I know I keep popping on, but I always attend these and then I report back to the nurse support group since many of them cannot attend. So I take notes and I report back. That's why I'm always jumping on here. But my comment is just so you get a participant's perspective, just of how things are going with Premier. Myself and several other people have gone through several case managers. I'm on my 5th case manager now. Not feeling like any of them are really being able to get to know me or be an advocate for me or a voice for me. I keep having to do the tell my life story. I've done it like 5 times now. So I'm hoping this will be the last time, but I just wanted you to know that that is still going on. We're still cycling through our case managers. I'm happy to hear that a portal is coming. I have been, from what was told for us to do when the transition happened, I printed out the monthly self-report that we are required to fill out from Maximus. It is 9 pages long with redundant requirements. You've got to put your name and your license number and the date on every single page. Lots of demographic information that you have to, that never changes, that you got to handwrite in over and over again. So I've been doing that monthly and scanning all those pages and emailing it in. And my last meeting with my brand new case manager, I asked, are we ever going to get a portal? Because I'm still filling out this form. And she went, oh, why are you filling out that form? We have our own. It's only like 2 pages long and much easier. That was never told to any of us. I shared it with other folks in the intervention program. They had no idea. They were still filling out the 9-page form. Luckily, that's been emailed to me now, but I know I cannot imagine what they're going through with this transition, but we're still struggling over here with getting communication back to us and just cycling through the case managers and getting all of the forms that we need and changes communicated to us, et cetera. So I just wanted you all to be aware. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Nurse 213 would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello again. I would just like to second everything that Leanne just said. I'm on my 3rd clinical case manager now. And I just had a meeting with her last Friday and I'm hopeful. She seems like she's very caring and compassionate, and I'm hopeful that this will be my last one. But I also had no idea that there was a form that Premier has for the monthly check-ins. I have been filling out the 9-page form since January of this year. So I think, like Leanne was saying, the lack of communication is something that needs to be worked on. And another thing, who is the the intervention program director or manager? I don't know who they are.
If if you're talking about Premier, there is a program director at Premier Health Group, and that is Dale Osborne. For the board, our program manager is Jaspreet Pabla.
Okay, thank you.
Can I also say that if you feel like the communication isn't good and you need to reach out, you can always reach us at our intervention email. It's brn-intervention@dca.ca.gov. So you can always email us there, and all of our intervention staff have access to that email box. So one of us will get it and address the situation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments, Yvonne?
I have not received any requests for comments via email.
Great. Anyone in the audience want to make a comment on this? Okay, again, this was an information only item, so we're going to close this item. We're going to take a break for 45 minutes. And then we are going to come back. We have 2 more items in this committee before we go to legislation. So thank you all very much. Enjoy your lunch. Hi, welcome back, everyone. It's 1:10. We're going to resume this board meeting, but first we need to establish quorum. Wynn is here, is present. President Trujillo?
Trujillo is present.
Vice President Patel?
Patel present.
Board Member Dominguez?
Dominguez here.
Board Member Lawler?
Lawler present.
Board Member Granowitz?
Granowitz here.
Board Member Cormack?
Cormac here.
Great, we have a quorum. We're going to move to item 4.6, which is a discussion and possible action regarding the policy on internet discipline document retention policy for discipline decisions being posted on the board's website. I'm going to turn it over to you, Shannon. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon Johnson. I'm the Enforcement Division Chief. A little background on this retention policy. So in support of the regulatory mandate that we have in 2708.1, the mission of the Board of Nursing is to protect the health and safety and well-being of the public through fair and consistent application of the statutes and regulations governing nursing practice and education in California. While most nurses are competent and provide care according to the Nurse Practice Act, some violations do occur. When this occurs, the board is responsible for reviewing all complaints and responding to protect the public. To uphold the board's statutory mandate and mission while keeping pace with advances in technology, information has been provided on its website under the disciplinary actions and reinstatements. While the information provided on the board's website is not comprehensive, information is added to the website on a regular basis as public requests for disciplinary records are fulfilled. Excuse me, to balance the public's right to be informed about the healthcare practitioners and licensee privacy concerns for those who have fulfilled the requirements of a disciplinary action against their license. The board has set forth a policy as it pertains to the various types of disciplinary action in accordance with all applicable laws. And we've also attached the policy that was created back in 2011 for your reference as well. So this came up, this was a public comment, I believe, that came up in a previous meeting of concern of how long we keep the documents posted to our website.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from board members? Well, of course, I know this, one of the reasons we're hearing this today is we have heard during public comment from licensees who, complain that, some of their citations are kept on indefinitely, and maybe something that happened even before they were a nurse, maybe even before they were an adult, is still on their record. So if I'm looking at this policy, almost everything is gone by the time 10 years has passed on our website.
Let me just make sure I'm clear. So the document itself is part of the retention policy. However, even though if it meets the retention timeframe and the document is removed, the statement on the secondary status still says previous discipline. Citations are not posted to our website, but if you go to nurses, it does have a flag that says contact the board. So, and also through Public Records Act, they can request these documents still, even after the retention timeframe has passed and we've removed the documents. We are mandated to provide those documents through that public records request.
Even if it's 25 years old?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions or comments from board members? Okay, hearing none. Why don't we open this up for public comment? Board moderator, would you please do so?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember, you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment."
This is Reza. I'll just remind folks in case they missed the earlier announcement. If you're looking to make a public comment on your WebEx screen, you'll look for a button that says Slido, S-L-I-D-O, or chat. So if you don't see a chat button, look for the button that says Slido, and the field to type in "I would like to make a comment" is there.
Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
I'm checking with Yvonne.
I do not have any requests for public comments via email.
Okay, and there don't appear to be any public comments in the audience. So please go ahead and close that window.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that is it for this item. I thought there might be more conversation, but that's, we are where we are, so we can revisit this at another time. Yeah, we won't make a motion on it. So let's go ahead and move to item 4.8, which is discussion and possible action regarding the reappointment of intervention evaluation committee members. So Shannon, you will be presenting. I will just remind the board that you appointed Nilu and I to sit and, do potential interviews. We did meet since the last board meeting and agreed for timing purposes, we would go ahead and reappoint the IEC members who had asked for reappointment. But new members, we would do an interview before we presented it to the board for appointment. And we did not have time to accomplish that before this board meeting and still hit the 10-day, Brown Act requirements. So we're really putting forth these candidates for reappointment, and because they have already served. And Shannon, I'm going to turn it over to you, although I probably just said everything.
Correct. These are all IEC members that would be getting appointed to their second term. And so we do have a number of them. We have Glenda Lando, who is a nurse member in IEC 1, David Granovetter, who's a physician member, IEC 1. We have Natalie Reinfield, a public member in IEC 4, Jason Barrett, a physician member in IEC 5, Barry Levine, a physician member, IEC 7, Andrew Berger, a public member, IEC 7, Luann LeMay, nurse member in IEC 12, and Alexis Blount, a nurse member in IEC 12. If they are granted reappointment, all of their term expiration dates will be June 30, 2029.
Great. Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead, Ms. McCormack. Ms. Cormack.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Nguyen. When they apply for reappointment, is it like a hey, I want to do this again? Do they fill out a form? How formal is the process when they apply?
Right now, it is not a formal process. We reach out to them and let them know they're coming up on their term expiration and if they're interested in reappointment. And then we just get an updated information, I believe, as far as like a CV. And then we attach that for the board to consider for the reappointment.
Okay, just thinking out loud, I think it's reasonable to ask, a one page of like, what have you learned on this position? And, something like, at least something that would give, the subcommittee the opportunity to, assess their contributions. I would feel more comfortable if we had just a small amount of information in the reappointment process. I mean, we have to do something far more, thorough when we ask to be reappointed.
I appreciate that feedback. We've actually consulted and discussed developing a criteria for reappointment, and that's in the works, and essay was part of it.
Great, wonderful. Doesn't have to be a long essay, but just a chance for reflection and, things that are working well, things that, could be improved. I think it's just a really good opportunity with someone with expertise and continued interest to, just be a touch point.
Well, and even to just make sure that they attended board meetings.
Yes, that would be helpful.
If you have someone who's absent half the time, we would be interested in giving them a reappointment.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay,
We'll,
thank you.
We'll continue to work on that. Go ahead.
If there were issues that we have come across in the first term, we would not bring them forward to the board for a second term.
Thank you, Shannon. Go ahead, David.
I move to reappoint.
Great. So, okay, go ahead.
I move to reappoint the IEC members on the list.
I'll second.
Great. So we'll go ahead and take this item out to public comment. Board moderator, would you please open us up?
We'll be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, I would like to make a comment. Please remember, you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I would like to give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment. Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
Great. Let me check with Yvonne.
I do not have any requests for public comments via email.
Thank you very much. It doesn't appear that we have comments from the audience. So thanks very much, board moderator. You can go ahead and close this window.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second to adopt the reappointment of the Innovation Evaluation Committee members. I will do a roll call. Nguyen, aye. President Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Patel,
Patel, aye.
Board Member Dominguez,
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Lawler,
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Granowitz, Board Member Granowitz. I did see her, but I don't see her right now. Well,
She's coming back.
oh, there she is. Board Member Granowitz, are you?
Granowitz, yes.
Thank you very much. Board Member Cormack.
Cormac, yes.
Great, that motion passes. And we're done with EIIC, so I'm turning it back over to our board president.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to open up the report on legislation. I am the Chair, Dolores Trujillo, of the Legislation Committee. Do you need to? No. And Reza will be assisting me with presenting the legislation bills.
Wherever you're comfortable.
Okay, this is Reza Pejjuhesh, Board Counsel. Just to remind everyone, I'm filling in for our Chief of Legislation who's out. And so throughout my presentation, you'll probably start to miss her more and more. So starting with AB 260, this is the bill by Aguiar Curry regarding sexual and reproductive health care. This bill is one that's in response to federal action and litigation that's raised uncertainty about the continued availability nationwide of mifepristone for abortion. The bill proposes to repeal unconstitutional existing laws requiring parental consent for abortion and making, assisting in, or advertising abortion a crime. So current law makes it a crime to basically advertise abortion, and this would repeal that. This also adds Business Professions Code Section 687, which states that a healing arts practitioner shall not be subject to civil, criminal, or other administrative proceedings solely on the basis of prescribing, furnishing, ordering, or administering mifepristone or other medication abortion drugs for use other than that which is approved by the FDA, unless the state deems it necessary to address an imminent health or safety concern. The bill adds Business Professions Code 850.3. By the way, 687 and 850.3, as well as 601, would be in the General Business and Professions Code provisions, which are applicable to healing arts licensees, including ours. So the proposed new section 850.3 would prohibit a state or local officer from commencing a civil, criminal, or professional discipline action against a healing arts licensee for the manufacture, transport, distribution, delivery, receipt, acquisition, sale, possession, furniture, dispensation, repackaging, or storage of brand name or generic mifepristone or any other abortion medication. And lastly, it deletes a provision within our Practice Act from Business Professions Code Section 2761, which currently states the board may take disciplinary action against a certified or licensed nurse or deny an application for a certificate or license for any of the following. And subdivision C under that section would allow us currently to take disciplinary action for, quote, procuring or aiding or abetting or attempting or agreeing or offering to procure or assist at a criminal abortion. That last piece kind of struck me a little bit because the bill would delete that provision, which currently the provision would basically allow us to take disciplinary action for participating in a quote unquote criminal abortion. So it does have that qualification of a criminal abortion, and other laws kind of carve out what is not criminal. But anyways, that's the gist of AB 260. That bill was referred to the Committee on Health and Business Professions and Economic Development. Can we just go through all the bills and then, or just stop and talk about them one at a time?
Yeah, I just stop and stop. Yeah.
Okay, so unless there's any questions for me on AB 260, I'll turn it over for discussion.
Any questions or comments from board members?
Just to reiterate, there's no fiscal impact to this bill, right? As far as we see.
No, there doesn't appear to be any fiscal impact. Seeing that there's no questions or comments from board members, I would like to make a motion to support this bill, AB 260.
I'll second. Oh, sorry. Patel seconds.
Neela? You said, okay. All right, BRN moderator, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Can you please open us up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment.
Just wait, we don't know.
I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment.
While we wait, real quick, if I may, this is Reza. I just pulled up the bill analysis from Ledge Info, following up on Neely's question about the fiscal impact. And by the way, mind you, I'm no expert in this stuff, but just looking down at the section in the bill analysis called fiscal comments, it says, according to the Assembly Appropriations Committee, the Osteopathic Medical Board estimates this bill would result in 5 additional enforcement cases per year at an ongoing cost of $25,000, per year, which would be absorbable. State Board of Pharmacy anticipates minor and absorbable costs to provide education about the law, minor and absorbable costs to the Department of Managed Healthcare, and costs of an unknown but likely absorbable amount to DHCS and Department of Public Health. So generally, to the extent there is a fiscal impact, the agencies that have commented on it seem to think it's absorbable and minor.
Nurse 213 would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, I actually don't have a comment regarding this topic, but I had a question regarding a previous agenda item that we discussed earlier. Will there be another opportunity either at the end of today's meeting or beginning of tomorrow's meeting for public comment to bring that up again?
This is Reza, the board counsel. I don't believe we're going to be doing another general public comment section for items not on the agenda. Can we just take it now? I would suggest that while you're on, if you would go ahead and make your comment now.
Okay, it was just a question regarding the intervention, the IEC in terms of, like, I understand it's a case-by-case basis in terms of whether we need to work as a nurse passing narcotics as a requirement. It's a case-by-case basis for the IEC, but are the IEC members required to provide substantiated evidence why they are making that decision? And if so, would that evidence be shared with the participants to explain why they came to that decision?
So on behalf of the board, there isn't, as far as I'm aware, any requirement that the IECs justify the terms to the participant. We do have a process that was implemented several months ago where participants who are required to work or work in a position furnishing narcotics, that those be submitted potentially for re-review by our executive officer. And in those submissions for re-review, our executive officer looks for evidence or justification for the inclusion of those terms. And where there doesn't appear to be evidence supporting the inclusion of those terms, those cases are sent back to reconsider whether that requirement should be included. But as far as the IECs demonstrating to the participants, I'm not aware of any requirement that they, kind of lay it all out and provide the evidence and justify it.
Okay.
That said, I will say I don't believe our IECs may make, they are composed of many individuals. We have many IECs, and they've certainly got differences of opinion from time to time. I generally don't think that they're making arbitrary decisions with respect to, those requirements. So where, I'm saying that there is not an explicit requirement that they present the justification. They're not going about these decisions in an arbitrary way. So if a participant feels that such a requirement is, if it has been imposed on them and they feel it's entirely arbitrary or, inappropriate, they can consult our board management and we can deal with it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for your comment. Board President Trujillo, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
It doesn't appear we have any requests for comment here in HQ.
And no emails?
No requests for comments via email.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll take it to a vote. Dolores Trujillo votes yes. Vice President Neelu Patel.
Patel, yes.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen, yes.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Vicky Granowitz.
Granowitz, yes.
And Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormac, yes.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to move to the next bill.
Yes, the next one is AB 836, the Midwifery Workforce Training Act. So this would require the Department of Health Care Access and Information to administer funding for a statewide study on midwifery education. The bill would require the study to be conducted by an outside consultant familiar with the healthcare and midwifery landscapes and workforce in California that would, among other things, identify viable education programs that can serve both rural and urban geographic areas. The bill would require the department to submit a report from the study's findings to the legislature, to post it on the website, and notify all persons in the department's reproductive health and maternity care electronic mailing list. The bill would define reproductive health care professionals as, among others, medical doctors and licensed midwives. So this is affecting HCI or directing HCI. It's not directly mandating that we do anything, but possibly putting together a report and data that could be useful to us.
I think we currently support a process similar to this for BRN. Any questions or comments from board members? Board Member Cormack?
So it sounds like this would be an additional cost. It's not something that already exists. It's not.
I have in
continuing
our notes
something.
that we support this through our current process. I couldn't tell you the cost.
Well, I mean, Mr. Pejuhesh mentioned the cost was what, 1.2 million?
I didn't bring that up, but
Oh,
you're talking about the cost of
the
conducting the
study.
survey?
Yeah.
I don't have notes on that. I know that the text of the bill makes it contingent upon the legislature appropriating funds for that purpose.
I see.
Let me interrupt for a minute. It basically says, this is Granowitz. It says that the fiscal effect is unknown. It hasn't been analyzed at this time.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from board members? All right, I'd like to make a motion to support this bill. Do I
I'll
have a
second it.
Thank you, Tricia. BRN moderator, can you please open this up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in the request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember, you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give reminders as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment."
And while we're waiting, this is Reza. The bill analysis for AB 836 says, according to the Assembly Appropriations Committee, HCI estimates costs of approximately $1 million in fiscal year 26-27 to contract with a consultant to develop the workforce study.
Dolores, can I ask? So I noticed that, I'm reminded that we have a nurse midwifery advisory committee. And does that committee ever look at legislation, and would this be a bill that they would want to support?
They would look at this.
Okay.
I don't know where the position is at this
Okay.
point, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Committee Chair Trujillo, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
There doesn't appear to be any requests for comments here. Yvonne, any emails?
There's no request for comments via email.
And there's no request for comment via email to Yvonne. Oh, we
Thank
have
you.
one request for comment. Sorry, here in HQ.
You're welcome.
Did you send it? Would you? Oh.
Was it an in-person request?
We have somebody in person who let us
Okay.
know that there's somebody remote who is trying to make a comment. So we're trying to sort that out.
Your email address.
They have it, but it's not.
I just sent myself a test email and it came through, but I don't have an email from anyone else but myself.
You just resent it.
Okay. I just. Okay, so the email just came in. My name is Kim Dow, and I am co-chair of the Workforce Development Committee of the California Nurse Midwives Association. We are sponsoring this bill, AB 836, and would like to request BRN support for this bill. California is facing a maternity and reproductive health care crisis. Communities around California face severe lack of access to reproductive health and maternity care. The California Hospital Association reports that between 2014 to 2024, more than 50 maternity units closed throughout the state. The maternity workforce shortage is one of three key drivers, with a projected shortage of 1,100 OB/GYNs in California by 2030. Midwifery care is a critical component of addressing the maternal health crisis. Despite excellent clinical outcomes, midwifery care remains underutilized. Workforce funding is currently very limited and insufficient to move the needle addressing reproductive health needs in the state. AB 836 proposes a landscape analysis to assess barriers to education program growth and identify possible solutions. The landscape analysis would support much-needed growth in California-based midwifery education programs. It is a unique study. We requested $1 million appropriations. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. No other comments or questions from board members? Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. We'll take it to a vote. Dolores Trujillo votes yes. Vice President Nilo Patel.
Patel, yes.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen, yes.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Vicky Granowitz.
Granowitz, yes.
And Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormac, yes.
Thank you. Moving on to the next bill.
The next bill is AB 876, which is the nurse anesthetist scope of practice bill. This was presented in March, and a motion, I think that was the committee, was made to support the bill. This is the bill that amends our statutes pertaining to nurse anesthetists. I won't cover all the changes unless you want to, but among other things, it adds language reading, quote, "An order entered on the chart or medical record of a patient shall be the authorization for the nurse anesthetist to select the modality of anesthesia for the patient and to abort or modify the modality of anesthesia for the patient during the course of care." So this is the the bill that's seeking to clarify the nurse anesthetist scope of practice.
Neela Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Pejuesh. So I just want to clarify for the board, just so we are all on the same page about what AB 876 hopes to accomplish. It's not a scope expansion bill. It does not seek to change or broaden CRNA practice in California. Rather, it provides important statutory clarity to what CRNAs have been safely and effectively doing for over 4 decades, delivering high-quality, safe anesthesia care across the state. This bill aims to reduce the persistent confusion among health systems regarding CRNA role in practice. It's especially critical to note that CRNAs are the sole anesthesia providers in 4 counties in California. Ensuring clarity in CRNA practice, which AB 876 aims to achieve, will help protect access to care for Californians, particularly in underserved and rural areas. And just to reiterate, the BRN has, in the recent past, supported current CRNA practice. Also in March, this board approved the original language and will aim to implement regulations consistent with it. Thank you.
So this is Reza. The one kind of peculiar piece of this bill that I'll point out, and I don't want to get hung up too badly on it, is the very last provision in the bill, section 2833.6, talks about nothing in this article shall be construed to restrict, expand, alter, or modify the existing scope of practice of a nurse anesthetist, and is declaratory of existing law and the advisory opinion as set forth in California Society of Anesthesiologists versus Brown. So apart from that section now being grammatically broken, I point it out only because it's, if the intention is to relieve existing confusion about the scope of practice, then stating that the existing scope of practice is, I mean, this essentially ties everything to what is currently existing and merely seeks to clarify it, but our status quo is that there is some confusion and uncertainty. So that last piece just kind of, to me, entrenched the existing uncertainty and confusion into statute. And I don't know what it actually benefits other than, some kind of a retroactive ratification of what, prior work that's been done. Anyway, so that piece of it is something that's kind of hung me up a little bit as far as trying to move forwards and clearing up the scope. But with that, I'll turn it over.
And Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Well, I'm just looking at the analysis, the floor analysis, and I see that there's opposition by the California Society of Anesthesiologists, and they're declaring that this is in fact an expansion scope of practice. And so I was just hoping, Neela, you might just educate us as to why this is in fact a declaration of scope of practice.
Thank you. I appreciate that opportunity. And that's why I read my statement, because that is the confusion that's being unleashed out there. And this really isn't a scope expansion bill at all. So
thank you.
I'll go to make a motion actually for the.
Hang on, just one moment. With reference to what you just said, Tricia, so this part that was added on and is declaratory or existing law and the advisory opinion is set forth in California Society of Anesthesiologists versus Brown. Is that a new addition to the bill?
Alluding to a previous case law.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, so I'll go and make a motion for ready in support of AB 876, Assemblymember Flores' bill, the nurse anesthetist scope of practice bill.
I'll second David Lawler.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Neela. BRN moderator, can you please open us up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I would like to give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public. Type in, I would like to make a comment. Board President Trujillo, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
Yes, we do.
Good afternoon. I had a prepared statement. My name is Emily Frank. I'm the president of the California Association of Nurse Anesthesiology. We are the sponsor of this bill. And I did have a prepared statement, but after hearing a couple of the comments, I just wanted to clarify a few things for the board. And that is that the case law that was referenced at the end of our bill that was put in after we had previously come to you was put in to clarify our independent practice here in California. That has been questioned by our colleagues, our physician colleagues, for a number of years. And in fact, that was the basis of the lawsuit, which was the lawsuit that was referenced. And it was after we had had an opt-out from the governor of California. What you have to understand is that in order for us or for any provider to have opt-out status through CMS, CMS requires that it only be given to independent providers. So CSA took us to court took the governor to court to claim that that we do not have independent practice, and the appellate judge ruled that we do indeed have independent practice and have for years. So that is why we put that content in there, is to clarify that, to point out that yes, this has been true for years and years. There is still a lot of misinformation out there and false claims, and so that's one of the various reasons we have this bill moving forward, and it's imperative that we get this passed. It's already passed the Assembly by a wide margin. We have a lot of support out there from the Assembly side. We still have a long road to go through the Senate and the governor's desk, of course, at the end. But we are very grateful for your previous support and hope that you will continue to do that. Thank you so much.
Before you go,
Yes.
real quick, I just
Yes.
want to make a comment and somewhat of a suggestion. I feel the term independent practice has caused some confusion, and I feel that it's a overly broad, kind of undefined, vague term. And for a long time, it's been said that, you know, this APRN group has, quote, independent practice. CRNAs have, quote, independent practice. And exactly what that means is, you know, it's not evident from just the term itself, independent practice. And it's, as I said, not really defined. So, and the practice isn't truly independent from any and all, you know, oversight or involvement of other healthcare professionals. I'm trying to be careful about the terms I use because they're all kind of loaded. But I think it's a bit of an oversimplification to just rely on the term independent practice and put that out to the community and for them to take that term and run with it. So I think part of where the medical folks are kind of butting heads is we're not being real precise about what we mean by, quote, independent practice. And I think it's, you know, those out there who are not necessarily on a daily basis following the you know, cases and all that, they just hear that there's independent practice and that's their scope, and that's kind of what they take to be their scope, and it leads to some confusion, I think. So
If I can respond?
Please.
Okay. Thank you for that. I do understand that's one of the reasons we're here, is because there is this confusion, and it is confusing, especially to the layperson. But what we mean by independent practice is that we do not require supervision for our practice. A number of us, quite a large percentage of us, including myself, work in practices where we have no physician oversight. And we've been doing this for decades in California. What you may be alluding to is that anesthesia services don't just come about out of thin air. The surgeon or the provider that is providing the actual procedure has to put in a request or an order for anesthesia services without having to define what the services are, because most of them, if not all of them, do not know what we do or how we do it, and would much rather us decide what we're going to do and how we're going to do it and decide everything involved in it. So all it simply is an order or a request for anesthesia services. The rest is then up to us. So does that help to clarify a little bit?
And that holds true also for physicians, right? Because we're this anesthesia provider, our consult service. We meet the patient when the provider puts in an order for anesthesia.
So I know that.
Yeah.
I've read the case and
Yeah.
but yeah, so even saying that a physician or, one of the other eligible providers needs to put in an order is an important piece of it, which just to say that they have independent practice and kind of leave it at that could potentially cause someone to overlook that obligation. So
Sure. And we actually state what we mean by an order in the language of the bill higher up. It's a different section, but yes, we do actually clarify what we mean by an order.
Thank
Good?
you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And we have a comment on the WebEx. Kate Bowles would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Do we have any other requests for public comment here in HQ? Sure.
And
she's on.
Kate, go ahead.
Good
I'm sorry.
afternoon. I'm sorry. This is Kate Bowles. Do you want me to hold for public comments from people in person, and I'll wait on the line?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Melanie.
Sorry, Kate. Thank you.
I think my nature is to be really nice, but it occurred to me that she is actually much better finale. And so let me just have my 2 minutes and then she can go. My name is Melanie Rowe. I'm a CRNA here in California. As the California Association of Nurse Anesthesiology's Practice Division Director, I respectfully ask for the board's continued support of AB 876. Although we thought Assemblymember Flora wrote the perfect bill that would codify the practice of California CRNAs and explain in depth what exactly independent practice is and what we do on a day-to-day basis, we had to concede to several amendments and changes in the legislative process. The language that was overwhelmingly passed through the Assembly BMP Committee, Appropriations Committee, and the full Assembly floor with only one no vote still maintains the core purpose of this bill. CRNAs in California need this update to the Nurse Anesthetist Act so we can continue providing the essential anesthesia services that we provide and stop the misunderstandings and confusion that have been used to limit CRNA care. As this bill moves forward to the Senate, continued BRN support will show the legislature that clarity of CRNA practice and statute is superior to continuing to prove our practice via prior general attorney general opinion, past BRN opinions, and case law. So thank you so much for your continued support of AB 876.
Okay,
Thank you.
I
Thank
believe
you for
we
your
have
comment.
somebody that called in.
Okay, 1 second. Kate Bowles.
Good afternoon. This is Kate Bowles. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Catherine or Kate Bowles. I currently serve as the attorney for the California Association of Nurse Anesthesiology, or CANA, as well as any number of anesthesia groups throughout California and in 10 other states in the United States. I represent both physician and nurse anesthesiology groups working together, some physician-only groups and some CRNA-only groups. I have been working with CANA over the last year to address the fact that their scope of practice is contained in several different legal authorities, including in the case law that Reza mentioned, CSA v. Brown, as well as Incorporated Attorney General Opinion 83-1007, BRN Advisory Opinions, the Nurse Practice Act, and the Nurse Anesthetist Act. In this spirit, CANA has worked with Assemblymember Flora to introduce AB 876. Notwithstanding the momentum that Melanie acknowledged has been building in favor of AB 876, we understand that the BRN board members may have questions about the agreed to amendment to include a reference to CSA v. Brown. Let me assure you that nothing could be more normal than codifying a case into a state statute, particularly whereas here the case is mandatory authority in the First Appellate District, which includes San Francisco and surrounding environs, but is persuasive authority in the rest of the state. Many state statutes start out as a case or as case law that's mandatory authority in some places and wants to become the full supreme authority within the state of California. In terms of this case, it's important to note that when I was at the medical board meeting 2 weeks ago, there was a physician question essentially alluding to the fact that the case is only advisory and can't be followed by any of the physicians in the state. And let me assure you, nothing could be further from the truth. A case law is the law. And here, the physician, I encourage him to follow the case law as the law, as required for anyone who's carrying out these authorities, and to prevent any further confusion going forward, which we've already seen has resulted in multiple, at least 6 now, CDPH surveys in hospitals attempting to restrict CRNA scope of practice, and now continuing into surgery centers and continuing into the year 2025. So it's very important that the BRN continue to support AB 876, notwithstanding the amendments. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I'll stay on the line.
Thank you for your comment. No questions?
No, not at this time.
Board President Trujillo, there are no more requests on the WebEx. Are we clear in BRN HQ?
Yes, we're clear.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Yvonne,
Would you like me to
we have
close this
any emails?
We have no request.
Okay, yeah, we're clear. You can go ahead and close it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's take it to a vote. Dolores Trujillo votes yes. Neelu Patel.
Patel, yes.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen, yes.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Vicky Granowitz.
Granowitz, yes.
And Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormack, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next bill is AB 985, anesthesiologist assistance. This bill establishes the, by the way, this was, I think you heard a AB 985 before in a completely different form. It was previously about the use of the title doctor, and it now has nothing to do with that. It establishes the Anesthesiologist Assistant Practice Act. It creates title protection for the title anesthesiologist assistant. In order to use that title, somebody would have to have graduated from an anesthesiologist assistant program recognized by this named accrediting entity, and have to hold an active certification by the National Commission for Certification of Anesthesiologist Assistants. And it requires that an anesthesiologist assistant work under the supervision and direction of an anesthesiologist. So it doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of our board directly. So it appeared that this is moving forward through committee.
Board Member Neelu Patel.
I have a comment on this bill. Just for context for the board and to provide further clarification, anesthesiology assistants are not currently licensed in California, as mentioned. As such, they would require statutory oversight, either through one of the 9 existing healing art boards or potentially through creation of a new board under DCA, which would add a significant fiscal impact. Additionally, AAs would need their own licensure pathway to legally administer controlled substances and an enforcement mechanism, which they do not have. This presents both administrative and fiscal implications for the state and any overseeing board. And the medical board at this time during their last meeting didn't express an interest of wanting to take this on, so.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Yeah, this bill seemed like a solution in search of a problem. We've got, CRNAs already. This just seems to muddy the water and create confusion. For that reason, I'd be inclined to oppose it.
I think originally it was probably a placeholder bill, right?
Well, originally, it was a completely different bill saying nurses
Yeah,
couldn't call
it was a
themselves
placeholder
doctors,
bill.
which was also
Yeah.
silly. Yeah.
And Board Member Allison Cormack.
Thank you, Chair Trujillo. So, just as a thought experiment, I'm thinking about our role and where our role ends and whether or not it makes sense. And so I just want to talk you through my thinking. There's not, I've decided whether it makes sense for us to take a position on something that is, on its face, not related to nursing. So I think that's one thing we should all be contemplating. It doesn't take, a rocket scientist to figure out, who might be interested in this, and how it appears that anesthesiologist assistants would be under the control direction, I guess, of a physician or other provider. And that is a distinction between the CRNA role, which we currently have and which we just discussed. So one part of me is wondering if, we should weigh in on something that is not relevant to nurses on its face. So I just want to start with that. Yes, go ahead.
I totally appreciate where you're coming from, and I had that initial thought, but to the extent that it sows confusion into a nursing practice that we do have oversight over, then I thought, it may be worth us, taking a position, but I completely respect where you're coming from on this.
Yeah, it's, yeah, I don't know if, I can appreciate why CRNA and nurses would care about this, but I'm just putting on my public protection hat. And if I was not part of this group and familiar with what has gone before and the potential context, I would wonder, isn't it better to have more people who can do anesthesia if there are issues? So I just want to lay that out in terms of the thinking of this process. I guess a question potentially for Mr. Pejuhesh is, Vice President Patel brought up a lot of barriers to actually implementing this. For example, there's no schools, right, in the state of California that provide this. In general, I mean, I realize this is a lot to ask of you, but this doesn't seem like a full package. It seems like maybe the beginning of something that would require then a lot of other things to happen.
Right. And like it was mentioned before, this was a sort of placeholder bill. It started off at one thing and then it turned into another thing. And this is a very incomplete bill. If you read it thoroughly, it's a lot of mishmash put together, as part of my non-complete words. But I do appreciate your perspective as well. And separating myself as a CRNA and as a BRN board member, as my aim to protect the public, I think this is so relevant to protect the public, to indicate that this bill, as incomplete as it is more harmful at this moment than it is beneficial for the public.
Okay, that's helpful. Shoot, there was one other thing. I guess, are we at all aware of how anesthesiologist assistants practice in other states? And I mean, I realize that's not, perhaps.
Not having ever worked with anesthesiology assistants, but what I hear, with my colleagues, they are sort of used interchangeably, right? But if you think about just to give you a little background about CRNA education, you've heard before, they have a critical care background. AAs do not. They are not required to have any medical background, a patient care background before going into anesthesia assistant school, which is a 2-year program. Currently, CRNA programs across the nation, all the programs are doctoral programs.
Right.
And they're 3 years on top of the minimum 2-year requirement of having critical care experience. So my main concern with this bill too is that nobody wants to have oversight of AAs. Nobody's owning up to it.
Right. So, and the other thing that we've learned before is that CRNA education is really, in many respects, comparable to what a medical doctor receives in preparation for anesthesiology. And it sounds like that's less true with AA. Okay. And then someone watched what the medical board said recently with respect to this.
As far as my interpretation of what I've heard and seen from the medical board was that they were not interested in having them under their licensure.
I see.
Under their jurisdiction, under the medical board.
Okay. So there's always multiple ways you can be for or against things. And I think for me, this is, you know, not a completely thought through package that would enable, you know, me to evaluate whether or not this makes sense for the public in the state of California. And I very much appreciate Dr. Patel's, Vice Chair Patel's, you know, experience and helping me understand this. Thank you.
For me, this bill smacks of encroachment onto the CRNA practice, of which we do have oversight. It muddies the water. Having an anesthesiology assistant out there under an anesthesiologist and also a CRNA. So for that reason, among many, I'm going to make a motion to oppose.
I second David Lawler.
Thank you, David. BRN moderator, can you please open us up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired and will move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Trujillo, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. My name is Melanie Rowe. I'm a CRNA in California and the director of the California Association of Nurse Anesthesiology Practice Division. I respectfully request the board to take an opposed position to AB 985. This bill seeks to add an assistant to physician anesthesiologist called an anesthesiologist assistant, or AA, without a regulatory framework and without valid licensure as a prerequisite for practicing in California. This bill would allow an unlicensed person to participate in the administration of anesthesia without state standards, oversight, or licensure. This poses a significant health risk to all Californians. The perceived shortage of anesthesia provider this bill intends to fix is not solved by a third provider. California has one of the highest number of physician anesthesiologists in the country and has increased their class sizes and number of residency programs to 16 in the last few years. Last time I looked at this, it was 12, which is about 5 years ago. CRNAs now have 6 university programs in California, and you are well aware of the number of CRNAs that are trying to endorse and become CRNAs in our great state. For any non-resident AA who would like to work in California, the preferred pathway is through the AA to CRNA Bridge program offered by the Texas Christian University. Since our patient care experience as nurses and educational paths are different, this program allows experienced AAs to become independently practicing CRNAs on a quicker time frame in 24 to 36 months compared to the creation of a new California Consumer Board for a new healthcare provider type. Introducing AAs into California not only displaces the clinical site opportunities for every CRNA resident in the operating room, it will eliminate current practicing CRNAs in the UC system, Kaiser system, and county hospitals where we work as a team with physician anesthesiologists. We respectfully request an opposed position on AB 985 by the California BRN.
Are there any other comments? Public comments? Okay. Any emails?
I have no request for public comments via email.
BRN moderator, can you please close the window? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get a motion and a second on the floor. We'll take it to a roll call. Dolores Trujillo votes yes. Vice President Neil Patel.
Patel, yes to oppose.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen, yes.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Granowitz, yes.
And Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormac, yes.
Thank you.
The next bill is AB 1082, nursing students in out-of-state nursing programs. So just to remind you, this is the bill that would have allowed California residents who are students at out-of-state pre-licensure distance learning programs to render nursing services. In other words, within California. So in other words, California students of online nursing programs that are based out of state under this bill would have been able to participate in clinicals here in California. This bill, the last note is that it was held under submission. You, by the way, previously moved to oppose this, but it was held under submission, which, as I understand, means it's currently dead. So.
Can we stand up and applause?
What I think I'll do is go ahead and discuss the next bill, and maybe we can take public if anyone wants to public comment on either of those, they can, even though they're not moving forwards. And then we'd have one more bill after that. So unless anyone has any problem with that approach, I'll move on to the next one, which is AB 1215. Titled Hospitals Medical Staff Membership. This one was also canceled by the author, so it's not moving forwards, but just for your information, would have expanded a provision in the Medical Practice Act, which makes it unprofessional conduct for a physician and surgeon on the medical staff within specified hospitals with 5 or more physicians and surgeons. It would have made it unprofessional conduct to not have required provisions governing the operation of the hospital relating to records and to the organization, membership, and self-governance of the medical staff. But because that's not moving, go ahead, Neela.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to say that this is moved to a 2-year bill. So I think we were going to take it off of today since it has been moved.
Got you. So it's not dead.
Not dead yet.
Got you. Thank you for clarifying that. Any other comments on that one? Okay. Do you want me to talk about the last one?
Sure. Then they can comment on all.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and proceed to the last one, which is AB 1400. And then when we open to public comment on that, if anyone wants to comment on AB 1215 or AB 1082, that's fine. So AB 1400 is the baccalaureate degree in nursing pilot program for community colleges. This is the bill that would require the Office of the Chancellor of the California Community Colleges to develop a baccalaureate degree in nursing pilot program that authorizes select community college districts to offer a Bachelor of Science in Nursing. There's a lot more detail to that one, but you previously discussed it, so unless you need more detail, I'll leave it there. It appears to be moving forward in committee.
Any questions or comments from board members? Do they list opposition to this bill?
Let me see.
CSU.
Okay. I think CSU is.
We don't want to lose that.
Yeah, the arguments in opposition, the CSU Chancellor's Office wrote in opposition stating that the CSU is the most diverse public university system in the nation, ... The UC wrote in opposition, noting that UC appreciates the author's goal of wanting to craft policies. However, there are 3 major issues that limit the nursing pipeline currently, ... And the Association of Independent California Colleges and Universities also wrote in opposition. If you want me to go into detail about their opposition. No. Okay.
No. Any questions or comments from board members? Go ahead, David.
I would have expected them to oppose this because who wants competition in their marketplace? However, due to the waiting lists that so many are on, even at the community college level, and therefore choosing to spend $180,000 at a different type of school, I think the more capacity we have for bachelors or BSNs or whatever this becomes can only benefit the state entirely, regardless of how it affects Cal State specifically.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Well, I agree with Board Member Lawler. Although I also think of Board Member Cormack, like, I'm not positive that this is really the kind of bill that maybe the Board of Nursing should be involved in. I might fall outside of our jurisdiction. But the one thing that caught my attention was that it looks like there is money set aside to implement, and this is just a pilot program. So it looks like there might be money set aside to do a pilot program like this. I don't know enough about it, but it seems like it would be an interesting idea to explore, but I'm not sure that it's something that BRN should get involved in. Thank you.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
That isn't what I was going to say this time, but it's always good to think about that. Take a moment to think about that. I may be mixing bills. There have been so many and problems, which of course there are also many, but I believe there are some places where community college is substantially closer to someone than even a CSU. So it's possible, whether or not it was in reference to this situation or another one, I can imagine scenarios under which nursing education is not closely available to someone, even if they could get into a CSU, and a community college, which are more distributed, might then be an option for them. You know, I always think more education is better and more options. I confess I don't know, aside from what we've read here, the differences of opinion. But I think from an access standpoint, that would be one reason I would consider us, wading into this. And does anyone recall? I mean, we've seen similar. We've seen this. What was our position last time on this? Support?
I believe we were in support.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this may be then the one that I'm recalling that had to do with access. Okay, thank you.
This is Vicky. I have an opinion. I actually agree with David. I really believe that we need to support more economically feasible opportunities for our low-income communities. And a lot of junior colleges happen to be in communities where people can't afford $200,000. And this allows them to not get into that kind of debt. And we're seeing the squeezing out of affordable nursing schools. And so I think this is an attempt to try to level the playing field a little bit. So yeah, I think it's politically a little risky for us, but I think it's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Vicky. Board Member Neela Patel.
So thinking outside the box a little bit, I think what this may do, and this is obviously a guess, but this occurred in CRNA programs when the programs went from master's degree to doctoral degree, it actually reduced the number of graduates. But having said that, it actually will impact probably rotation sites and improve that area where, we're seeing a lot of crunch, right? Without having a whole lot of opportunities for rotation sites in the area. So adding more classes will have less students out in the clinical sites.
That's
So
a
that
good
might
thought.
help to alleviate that burden that we are seeing so much now. So.
All right, any other questions or comments? David?
I will move to support AB 1400.
And I second Dominguez.
All right, we have a first and second. BRN moderator, please open us up for public comment.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I give a reminder as time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Okay, Kate Bowles would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Good afternoon. This is Kate Bowles. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Wonderful. I do want to make clear that I am only going to be making a comment with respect to AB 1215. I understand that this period is for any comments regarding the bills that were all discussed without having a separate comment period for AB 1215. Is this the proper time?
Yes, and thank you for catching that.
Okay, thank you so much. So good afternoon again. My name is Kate Bowles. Since I've already introduced myself on the record, I'll proceed with my comments on AB 1215. So the Board of Registered Nursing has not previously taken a position with respect to AB 1215. AB 1215 was introduced into this year's assembly and put on a 2-year track. This means that AB 1215 will be heard in committee in the next 18 months and is expected to be considered by the California legislature during the upcoming session. The 2-year track provides additional time for public input and discussion, and given that this bill may be considered again later, I'll be brief. The purpose of AB 1215 is to address the unnecessary hospital regulations being imposed by the California Department of Public Health, which limit medical staffs of hospitals to physicians, dentists, podiatrists, and clinical psychologists. In 1990, the California Attorney General wrote a letter directly to the head of CDPH opining that CDPH's regulations were not reasonably necessary and were not consistent with state law as codified in California Business and Professions Code sections 2282B and 2283A, which authorize medical staff membership for any physician, surgeon, or other licensed practitioner competent in their respective field and worthy in professional ethics. I will note that for the past 18 months, CANA and the California Nurses Association have had pending petitions with the CDPH to update the medical staff regulations on the basis that they contradict existing state law and are not enforceable. Those petitions can be found on CDPH's website as P-23-002 and P-24-02. I attended public comment for both of the petitions, and I just want to note that California Hospital Association, CANA, California Society of Hospital Pharmacists, California Association of Nurse Practitioners, California Nurses Association, and the California Association of Nurse Midwives all expressed support in favor of removing these regulations that are restrictive of others joining the medical staffs of hospitals in California. With that, I'll end my comments, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Dr. Daniel G. Ortiz Jr. would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello, good afternoon, board. Mic check, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. This is regarding AB 1400. I'm in support of this this activity. I am the Associate Dean of Nursing and Allied Health with Imperial Valley College. We are a regionally displaced, geographically isolated community college, and we have partnerships with academic providers to offer an RN to BSN pathway. One of the limitations that we have are the GPA requirements for the learners to be able to consider their BSN pathways. I echo the comments made by board member Granowitz. We do have limited access for our learners who are low income. And if they were going to travel out of county, that's 100 miles one way for their additional considerations. So as of right now, there is one CSU program, but they cannot take all of our students. We have recently been approved for an enrollment increase. So we would like to support the request for the RN to BSN pathway, and then also factoring in that many of our students are finding BSN as an entry-level request from employers. So if we are allowed to be participants of the 15 school pilot, that would be greatly beneficial for us, and we can present some of the data to our CSU, UC partners, and also the private organizations. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Committee Chair Trujillo, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
There doesn't appear that we have any requests for comments here in HQ. Do we have any emails?
I have no requests for comments via emails.
Okay. BRN moderator, can you please close the window?
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. We'll take it to a vote. Dolores Trujillo votes yes. Vice President Nilu Patel.
Patel, yes.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Win, yes.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Vicky Granowitz.
Granowitz, yes.
And Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormac, yes.
Thank you. I believe this concludes our report on the Legislative Committee.
Dolores, this is.
And we, go ahead.
Vicky, I was wondering, I know there's a PowerPoint tomorrow for the discussion. I was wondering if somebody could send me a link or an email that to me so I can print it out and look at it. Because I'm assuming you're all going to get hard copies.
No, I don't think it's posted.
No, it's not posted.
Yeah, I don't think it's posted.
This is Board Member Cormac. We know there's a slide set?
I know there's a PowerPoint.
There's a PowerPoint tomorrow
Oh,
morning.
okay, well, we should all get that then.
It's above this.
We know that.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Well, it would be nice to be able to review it ahead of time because it's a lot of information that we've had to read.
I don't have it. How do we know there is a PowerPoint? Huh? Okay. I will work with Solid to get that to you as soon as possible.
At this time,
Thank
we
you.
have concluded our business for the day and we will recess to tomorrow, May 30th at 9 a.m. Thank you, everyone, for participating with us on the second day of the BRN board meeting. Have a good evening.